Dobré ráno.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Mr. President, dear Mr. Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me welcome you to our annual conference of the Aspen Institute Central Europe 2022. I am very happy we can finally meet in person, that it is not an online event, and that we can meet in person here at Prague Crossroads, where not only roads cross, but also ideas and opinions. And I hope that today's discussion will be very fruitful and interesting. Before we start, I would like to ask here on the stage and also to welcome warmly two important people who are the organizers of this conference. The first one is the founder and the president of the Surveillance Board, Mr. Ivan Hodáč. Next, co-organizer, representing the media house Economia and also the head of Hospodářské noviny newspaper, Mr. Jaroslav Mašek. Gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. On behalf of the Hospodářské noviny newspaper, we are very happy to be a proud partner of the Aspen Institute and of this interesting conference. I remember that when the Institute was opening its Central European branch several years ago, Europe and the whole world were trying to recover from the 2008 bank crisis. We had here Madame Albright back then. The first topic we discussed was the crisis as an opportunity, and then there was a panel discussion devoted to the energy security of the Czech Republic. As you can see, the history keeps repeating, and it's up to us to learn from it. I hope that next time we see here, next year, we will live in less uncertain times, and the energetic security will no longer be an issue. Thank you very much, and have a fruitful conference.
And it's a great pleasure to working with you on this conference. I will speak English because, after all, we are Aspen Central Europe. And we cover not only the Czech Republic, but also a number of other countries. So Prime Minister, Mr. President, and also Prime Minister Stubb, who is obviously somewhere watching us, welcome, friends, colleagues. It's fantastic to have you here at this 10th anniversary. It is really 10 years ago we have prepared the first conference. And I must say that Aspen Institute, that has originally been Aspen Institute Prague, and is now since 2016 Aspen Institute Central Europe, went a long way. Not only when I look at the programs, our flagship Young Leaders program, our conferences, the fact that we are firmly anchored in the Aspen family, and we are firmly anchored in Europe and in Central Europe. It's amazing to see after those 2 years what kind of respect and recognition Aspen Institute Central Europe today has achieved, and it was also during thanks to your help and your cooperation at this conference. I would like to thank all our sponsors and partners, without whom it will be not possible to organize not only this conference, but for the Aspen Institute to exist. So thank you very much to all sponsors and all partners. And also thank you to the whole team, the Aspen team, for organizing this conference. It's lots of work, and it is always very much appreciated. So I will not go further. Milan will tell you more about the conference, what is going to happen today, and I would like to wish you a very, very successful conference and a nice day. Thank you for coming.
Děkuju, pánové.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for these opening words. Like it's been said, we are celebrating 10 years since Aspen Institute has been around. Since the beginning of its existence, Aspen Institute has tackled several issues and topics, be it at conferences and discussions, and based on these talks, recommendations were made. I hope we will continue this tradition. With our partners, we prepared several studies that will be presented here. But what has been the key for Aspen Institute has been the value-based leadership. This is what our Executive and Young Leaders program are based on. And the question is, which values in these difficult and uncertain times are to be developed in the future? And also, which values should people who would like to guide us through these uncertain times have? We will start with the value-based leadership, and then we will address other topics such as security and defense, employment, perspectives of employment for 2040. We will talk about education and defense. These are crucial topics that need to be discussed here in the spirit of the Aspen Institute. That means the discussion will be open, and the goal is to form our own opinions for the future. I hope that for all of you here and also for our audience online, this will be an inspiring session and conference. Now, I would like to pass the floor to the lady who will be guiding us through today's program. That is Michala Hergetová, our host. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you, Milan Vašina, Executive Director of Aspen Institute, for this introduction. I'm very happy to be here and to welcome you here after 2 years when we were unable to meet in person. Everything was done remotely and online, but that is not to say that we forgot topics which are important for our society. Quite the contrary, we worked on these topics, yes, remotely, but we took the most important things, and we are very happy to meet here again at this traditional venue of this conference at the Prague Crossroads. And I would like to also warmly welcome those who are watching us from their offices and living rooms. This way, with a hybrid event, we are able to reach a broader audience and to discuss our studies. There are 5 in total. On the backside of your conference badge, there is a QR code which you can scan and access the studies. If you don't have a badge and you are not here at the Prague Crossroads, you can access the studies on the website of the Aspen Institute Central Europe, where you can also find more information about our program. Each study will open the panel session. We will talk about education, civil service efficiency, future of employment and labor market, last but not least, security and defense, and also value-based leadership and values in general, which have already been mentioned by Milan in the introduction. This will be our first topic, because the values we share have an impact on the efficiency of the governance and the efficiency and our approach to all topics, be it education or employment. I'm very happy to have here, to open this important topic, we have here the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Mr. Petr Fiala.
Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to this Aspen Annual Conference. I'm very happy that I can address you in person, although I am supposed to be present at the same time at the third reading, i.e. the final adoption of the Czech national budget for next year. These two things are related, however. The budget The budget is also values-based, as you could say, and of course it is related to the crisis that we have been going through. Allow me to use this opportunity to thank Milan Vašina, the executive director of Aspen Institute, and also Mr. Řehák, the head of the Board of Trustees of the Aspen Institute. Its president, thank you for your help during the migration crisis, because you helped us devise a strategy to deal with the huge influx of refugees in spring 2022. I believe it is a great example of cooperation between the government and the non-governmental sector. So thank you, gentlemen, for your contribution, and I thank you on behalf of the government of the Czech Republic. The issues you're about to tackle today, be it values-based democracy, the quality of democracy, or issues of transatlantic cooperation, are very important issues. I myself have dedicated dozens of years of my life to these issues, even when our country was not even democratic. I spent my time analyzing these issues and writing about them, and today I am able to shape them. The topic of today's conference is values-based leadership in turbulent times. Let me say something that tends to be questioned or maybe even ridiculed in public, but I think it is true. Good policy is always values-based. No political solution will be long-term if it is not values-based. Everything great that we managed to achieve in our history was values-based. It was built on values on which we managed to agree as the public and as politicians. An example of this is Czech Republic's entry into NATO and the EU. We came back to the family of Western democracies. 30 years ago, that was the most important political agenda of our country. The agenda was successful because it expressed the values of a large part of society. It expressed the values of many different political streams, and it was aligned with the values of the then liberal Western world. And it is during these months and in these times that we can see how important that decision was for us. Unfortunately, after that political success, we failed to identify a similarly strong vision for the future, a similarly important, huge step that we could take. Our society, and this is a fact, a normal fact, is divided. We have traditional cleavages here and various types of inequality. Cities and rural areas are one example. Unequal educational outcomes is another one. Public space is fragmented. There are various social groups, various social bubbles, so to speak. This is not just the case of this country, and this impacts the general mood of society, and we could see that throughout the COVID pandemic, for example. In this context, looking at the current situation in society, we see that every crisis is dangerous, of course, because a crisis brings suffering along with it. And that makes us focus on the very basic things, provision of material things, feeding ourselves, keeping warm, etc. And the spiritual things, the abstract things, are sidelined. This may work in the short term, but it cannot prevail in the long run, because then politics would be empty. So it is not easy to come up with good political solutions, values-based political solutions in turbulent times. When I say turbulent, you maybe think of bad weather. You know, bad weather comes, causes some damage, and then it gets weaker and goes away. And when you're somewhere in the middle of a storm, you can just find shelter and the storm will pass, and then the world after the storm will be the same as it was before the storm. In politics, it's a bit more complicated. Politics doesn't work like a passing storm. A storm in politics does not come from the outside. It actually comes from the inside, even when the causes are external. And politics cannot hide away from the storm. It cannot just wait it out. Politics has to find the solutions itself. And that is difficult. When we are afraid, when we are threatened, we suddenly no longer have a common language, a common way of resolving things. How do we find a way out of this? We each have different life experiences. We interpret life differently. So how do we find this common ground to define a political vision that most of society would accept? First, I believe in an open, honest dialogue. Each debate, such as today's debate at this conference, can help us discover something important, something tangible that will help us find the good solution. Second, it may enable people from different social groups to realize that they have more in common than they believe. A good example is Czech versus European or Western identity. Because we are now confronted with Russian barbarism, we suddenly feel much closer to Western Europe. We now know that we share the same values. We know that thanks to that, our lives are better, more enriched, and more responsible than the lives of those who just give in to the strong men. I would like to say that crises not only give us new visions and bring new responses, they also bring us back to the roots. They force us to look at what is the most important, the most fundamental. All those crises, economic, the energy crisis, etc., remind us of values that we must not forget. And our government tries to always act in line with those values. The first value is freedom. The price of freedom and its vulnerability is clearly shown by Ukrainians' fight against the Russian aggression. The value of freedom and independence is much, much, much higher than the cost of leading this fight. That is clear. Also because Ukrainian freedom is directly linked to our freedom. Freedom is indivisible. If today's EU started to give in to aggressors, in the end we would do that every time. We would become weaker. We would give in to the false idea that things will just sort themselves out. They won't. So freedom is indivisible. It is a value that we have to defend. Another value showing its importance these times is solidarity. Our society is heavily impacted by the energy crisis and record-breaking inflation that forces us to re-evaluate some of the reforms we had planned. If we were blind to people's worries and people's suffering and insisted on, first getting rid of debt, insisting on budget responsibility being the most important thing in the world, then we would maybe keep one of our election promises. But we would not be responsible. We would not be doing responsible values-based policy. Right now, being responsible for everybody in society is more important than taking care of the budget. We cannot have one group of people getting a lot richer because of the current situation and other groups of people getting a lot poorer. We have to keep our solidarity. And let me say that the Czechs have clearly shown, especially as regards Ukrainian refugees, that they too can show solidarity with others. And I firmly believe in the good spirit of Czech society, also thanks to that. Another important value is responsibility. The Czech presidency of the Council of the EU is coming to a close. So in these unusually turbulent times, we had to take responsibility over not just ourselves, but also the rest of Europe. We knew that we had to listen to others and be forthcoming where it was the right thing to do. We were constantly thinking about this when looking at the refugee crisis, the energy crisis, and when drawing up help for Ukraine and sanctions against Russia. The presidency is not over yet, but I dare say that it has been a successful one. Freedom, solidarity, and responsibility, those are three important values, and despite all the skeptical voices, I can see that the majority of our society is sharing those. We face each challenge that comes up. We know that we have to tackle it, and at the same time, we do not forget our past victories. We do not forget our past successes. We have to be fair with ourselves. That is the necessary condition for making the right decisions in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not divide our society. Czech Republic has shown that its people can speak one voice, emphasizing freedom and solidarity. And I will make sure that in the future we will continue to do so. We will continue to build on the values that unite us. I will keep reminding people that the strong foundation of our society is firmer and stronger than they maybe believe. Working together on our interests and on our nation's goals is critical. This will decide whether the Czech Republic in the future will belong to one of the most successful countries in the world, or whether it will be stuck in place because people in it cannot decide on the most important things. I understand we need to make an effort to achieve that. I understand we need to think about all those things when deciding as this country's government, well, when working on reforms that await us. When I say reforms, I mean steps that previous governments were not courageous enough to make, such as the pension reform, which would provide at least some certainty to the younger generations, or the reform of our educational system, which would prepare our youth better for the challenges of the 21st century. We have to find solutions based on as large an agreement as possible. We need to give certainty and security to people and strengthen their trust and social cohesion. Our future is absolutely dependent on values-based policy. It is dependent on politics that is able to convince people that investing in systemic changes is worth it, that it is worth it even when the gains are not short-term. These investments are in the interest of all social groups and all age groups. We are all in this together, and we do this for the better future of our country. There are several political decisions like this that we will have to make very soon. Our government will not hide before this historical responsibility. We will do what is necessary even in these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of this debate about important social issues. And most importantly, thank you for being active Democrats, because being active Democrats is the most important value. Thank you.
That was the Prime Minister of the government of the Czech Republic, Mr. Petr Fiala, and an outlook on the current value. Freedom, solidarity, and equality, these are the main values. And in order to fulfill our pledge and to be able to do all of this in Central Europe, we are still lacking behind in certain aspects. I believe that the trust in public institutions and municipalities is declining. 30% of people have trust in the president, and it's 2% less in terms of the parliament and of the government. This is a long-term trend in the whole region. On the other side of this scale, we may mention the Scandinavian countries, where the trust is very strong and high, and they can quickly respond to different things. And we will have a look at the main values and ask these questions during our first session. The main reason for the lack of trust can be confusion, and it can be difficult to lead people. This is what the study by the Czech Institute is on, and it will be presented by Mr. Pavel Kosnáč, who is the director of the Czech Institute, and he's also a scientist at the Masaryk University.
Kultúrne vojny a polarizácia sú dnes spoločným problémom celého sveta, vrátane Strednej Európy. Vo svojej podstate ide o hodnotový spor. A nie divu. Za posledných 30 rokov došlo na celom svete, ale zvlášť na západe, k výraznému hodnotovému posunu. Západnú kultúru sme optimalizovali na ochranu a blaho jednotlivca, smerom k hodnotám individualizmu, zdôrazňujúcich sebaurčenie a slobodu myslenia. To sa západné krajiny snažia dlhodobo a je to historicky bezprecedentný úspech. Má to ale niekoľko vedľajších efektov. Sú aj ľudia, ktorí na dané spoločenské zmeny doplácajú, či už ekonomicky, alebo majú dojem, že je napádaný ich spôsob života. V Strednej Európe to platí zvlášť. Pád minulého režimu znamenal prepad ekonomických istôt pre niektoré časti robotníckej triedy, ale niektoré segmenty obyvateľstva, napríklad bývalí aj súčasní členovia bezpečnostných zložiek, ale napríklad aj niektorí učitelia, nesú horšie stratu prestíže a rešpektu, než stav ich benefitov. Akákoľvek zmena generuje názorové trecie plochy. A čím je menej plynulá a viacej skoková, tým sú výraznejšie. Vyrastajú generácie, ktoré nikdy nezakúsili obavu o život alebo hlad, čo radikálne mení ich priority a pohľad na svet. To spôsobuje konflikt s tými, ktorí toto šťastie nemali a sú pre nich dôležitejšie existenčné istoty či stabilné spoločenské normy. Výsledkom je názorová polarizácia a prepad kohézie. Sociálna kohézia meria medziľudskú dôveru a dôveru medzi ľuďmi a inštitúciami. Je to kľúčový faktor pre dobre fungujúcu demokraciu, trhové hospodárstvo a občiansku spoločnosť. Nízka kohézia vedie naopak k nárastu antisystémového sentimentu a erózii súčasného spôsobu života vo väčšine rozvinutých krajín. Len ak existuje dôvera, naša moderná doba, ako ju poznáme, prežije. Pandémia to demonstrovala v plnej sile. Spoločnosť sa rozpadla na tých, ktorí rešpektovali opatrenia a tých, ktorí neverili, že opatrenia sú v ich záujme. V prípade vojny na Ukrajine to platí tiež. Tie isté skupiny obyvateľstva, ktoré mali problém s očkovaním, majú zvyčajne problém aj s podporou Ukrajiny. Deliaca čiara ide v oboch prípadoch práve cez dôveru. Stali sme sa teda obeťami vlastného úspechu. Práva bežného jednotlivca neboli nikdy tak chránené, ako sú dnes. Zároveň ale stojíme pred novými výzvami. Vyriešili sme tie základné, nebojíme sa o život a máme materiálny dostatok. Teraz musíme nájsť nové zdroje vysokej motivácie pre vzájomnú kooperáciu. Ukazuje sa totiž, že tie problémy, ktoré sme vyriešili, boli zároveň tie, ktoré generovali nutnosť spolu vychádzať. Tá teraz zmizla, ale ľudia ostali rovnakí. Bez kolektívu sú nešťastní a psychicky chradnú. Riešenie nie je návrat do kmeňovej minulosti a k starým poriadkom. Tie by v dnešnom svete nefungovali. Ignorovať skúsenosti minulých generácií, ktoré sú manifestované aj ich hodnotovým systémom, by bola ale tiež chyba. Čaká nás neľahká úloha v zrýchľujúcej sa dobe zistiť, aké hodnoty prioritizovať. A budeme mať na adaptáciu menej času ako kedykoľvek predtým. Je preto čas odložiť morálnu nadradenosť a začať sa slušne rozprávať. Inak sa nám môže stať, že naše deti nebudú mať luxus sporiť sa o stav klímy, ale budú čeliť akútnejším problémom prežitia. A to len preto, že sme nevedeli pochopiť vlastnú dobu a riešiť naše spory.
Pavel Kosnáč a studie, která nám ukázala, jak je to s hodnotami.
That was Pavel Kosnáč and a brief presentation of the first study. The Prime Minister has mentioned the same topics in his opening remarks. Unfortunately, he will not be able to attend the whole conference as he has more urgent matters to deal with. We will take a look at this topic with two people coming from different backgrounds. I would like to welcome here Mr. Andrej Kiska, the former president of Slovakia between 2014 and 2019. These were very turbulent times indeed for Slovakia especially. He comes from a business background and he also founded and is now managing the endowment fund Dobrý Anděl, Good Angel. He will share with us his perspective on the value leadership. Good morning and welcome. Dear Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let me welcome the organizers for letting me take part in this conference and to talk about such an important topic, which is democracy and values. At the beginning of my speech, please let me share my personal experience. A personal experience with a dear person. An experience with an outstanding person. We don't have enough people like this in any nation. Father Dreholec was persecuted by the communists. Unfortunately, he was arrested and he had to suffer in the uranium mines in Yachimov. He nearly lost his life, yet he survived. He pardoned, yet he did not forget. When I asked him as a president how we should behave in uncertain and difficult times, he replied with a very kind smile. And he said, "We never know what's coming next. We never know what's going to happen and what's ahead of us. However, we already need to know now how we will respond and behave." Yes, Anton Serholec spoke about values and about the fact that we need to live in harmony with these values no matter what happens. We all need to make compromises. Yet, general values must not be undermined, even if everybody is against us, even if we risk to lose everything. Father Serholec also seconded the idea of joining ideas together. For this reason, I was very happy to accept the invitation to speak at this event, because I knew that I would meet here like-minded people with whom we share the same values. A couple of days ago, we celebrated the 17th of November in Slovakia, ladies and gentlemen. This is an outstanding date and day which remembers us the fundamental values such as freedom, the truth, the hope, the decency, and also the strength and power of these values if people find the courage to stand up and to believe in themselves. People who do not know what would happen. Ukraine is currently fighting for our European values. Let us not forget that the Russian aggression started just because the Ukrainian people decided they want to be a part of our democratic part of Europe. Now, people are dying in Ukraine in the name of freedom, in the name of self-determination right, in the name of pride. And what are we doing here while being calm, quiet, and warm? There are no sirens. We are sitting here with our hands folded, yet we must not forget these values. Let us ask ourselves a question. Have we fulfilled the ideas of the 17th November? Have we managed to bring the values for which people went to the streets 30 years ago? Have we managed to transform our society? Has our private, public, and citizen life been dominated by values such as wisdom and decency? Has the truth and love won over hatred and lies? Have we not missed the opportunity? I believe that many of us are being embarrassed when we ask ourselves these questions. Have we abandoned our ideas and our values which made us go to the streets 30 years ago? No, I don't think so. I believe that we have not abandoned our values and ideas. Have things changed during last 33 years? Are these values an obstacle? No, they are not. There are new obstacles. There are new things that are bothering us because we have yielded these 33 years of freedom, and we can benefit from that. No fight is over until we give up. Yes, it has been difficult. We have suffered. Our hearts bear scars now. We have seen things we could not imagine or things that we could not accept. But we have gained self-awareness and we have built democracy. We have understood what are the most important things. Nothing is given or nothing is lost until we find peace with this, until we give up. So what can we do in these times of Ukrainian crisis, populism, and climate change? What is expected from us? If we want to change our countries, if we want to give our helping hand, we need to start with ourselves. We need to change ourselves. This may sound a little bit like a cliche, but I need to say this. Politicians must understand the power of the word, because words are very powerful weapons. They can make you happy or very sad. Words can start wars or bring peace. At the beginning, there was a word. There were also words of hatred against people of different religion and color of skin. Politicians are playing with the fire in order to please to their voters. And words can also be a sign of weakness in some times, but also a sign of power and strength. Extremist politic powers are becoming stronger and stronger, and in some countries it is very topical. We really need to be aware of this. We should also be afraid of this. Decent politicians are seen as incapable and out-fashioned. On the other hand, mainstream politicians are using popular and simplest solutions. They are dabbling in xenophobia and also other things that are a nuisance to democracy. Many politicians, in my opinion, don't realize how dangerous this game is. Their plans are not evil. They just believe that they are politically very wise. They are believing that the democracy is declining and that they need to make the public like them. And this gives space to extremist speeches. People believe that by sharing hoaxes and half-truths, they can please to the general public. They believe that it's better for the people to follow them than to follow extremists. These people also understand that everything can be managed. They are elected democratically, and they believe that sharing dangerous ideas is not a problem. By sharing these dangerous ideas publicly, they are persuaded that they can easily take their words back, and they keep repeating and repeating their populist opinions until they start believing their own nonsense, and they couldn't be more wrong. These words can kill. Each of us, ladies and gentlemen, has an angel and a devil inside of them. We have the faith, we have the trust, and everything depends on what we can hear and see and experience, and how we process the information and how we believe what we are living. In 2016, people in the UK attacked two young Poles just for the fact that they were speaking Polish, because back then there was a very burning debate about the Polish workers stealing employment. In 2009, 4 extremists attacked a Roma neighborhood, and they injured severely a little child. And very recently, in Bratislava, a young man killed 2 young people just because of their sexual orientation. In Ukraine, Russian soldiers are torturing innocent people. They are killing children. And why? It is because at the beginning there was a word of hatred. a word of hatred against workers from Eastern Europe, a word of hatred against homosexuals and gypsy. And what was said in our countries by the high-profile politicians when the migration crisis from Muslim countries started was beyond the sane mind and understanding. Our countries are not just the politicians, however. Our countries are very often a reflection of all of us. And thanks to democracy, we have the choice. We can choose to be elected, or we can choose who we will elect. There are many challenges ahead of us, and everybody needs to take part in this, be it the teachers, because we will be discussing education during our conference. The teachers get to work with the most important things. We have our children, and the children cannot learn the values at home or on social media. Teachers can do wonders. They can teach the main values to the children, but to do that, they need our support. Civil servants. We often forget that the state is here for us. We are not here for the state, so public servants are here to serve the citizens. All civil servants and officers, be it the foreign police or the tax authority, all these people need to remind themselves every day that they need to serve the public, they need to serve and help the people. We set up the values in our environment, and very often people forget that they are role models to other people. And in businesses and companies, very often profit is in the first place, and the service to the public comes second. Very often our values, such as Christianism, are just covering hatred. Students need to set the strict mirror to our society. We all need to understand why we are here, be it media and public media and social networks. They need to stop hoaxes and half-truths. We all have the feeling that our values are being threatened, and for this reason we need to work harder. Ladies and gentlemen, our countries have recently gone a very long way. We have achieved things that were not imaginable 33 years ago. We are now a part of a united Europe, and we are being challenged. We have understood our shortcomings and errors. And just like it's the case in other countries, we are losing our values, and democracy is declining. For that reason, we need to strengthen these values. We need to find the people, we need to find the energy to overcome the passiveness of citizens. We need to overcome this fatigue. We must not divide the society. It's not us and them, it's all of us. No more is lost until we give up. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Andrej Kiska. And he mentioned many important topics. During the term of your office, you went through a lot of difficult times. In 2014, the annexion of Crimea. You already called the European Union to bring Ukraine abroad. You said that we can only work together if we really around the same values. We need to be decisive. We must overcome our ambivalence and indifference. What are the main values in your opinion? First, we must understand that the amazing project which the European Union is being challenged. There are several factors. There is Russia with its strong propaganda, which is trying to weaken us. And then we have a lot of strong opponents in our own countries. It's our national selfishness very often. We often hear politicians say, wow, the EU is an amazing project of freedom and peace. But we don't often hear it from the mouths of our politicians, because we very often hear the opposite from our neighbors. The Brussels dictatorship, Brussels that is not letting us do things, and we only hear bad things about Brussels and the EU. The EU is not the problem. The EU is, on the other hand, the solution to many of the problems we are currently dealing with. So when talking about Europe, I believe that there are two things we need to mention more often. Unity is number one, because thanks to the Ukrainian crisis, we were finally able to come together and to show which are the values we are staying by. The Prime Minister has mentioned this. What happened after the annexion of Crimea? Germany continued to build Nord Stream 2. The Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs danced with the Russian president at a wedding. Fico and other politicians went to meet Putin in Moscow. And these are just a few things of what happened. And this made Putin believe that since the annexion of Crimea was not an issue and it all went swimmingly well, other things may follow. So we need to send a strong message that we work together. And that, number two, we have empathy. Each European country has its history and also specificities. We have experienced different things, but we must work together. We must not live in our bubbles. We must live together. We need to work together and try to understand one another. The problem is that we always have politicians which, despite what I described in my opening speech, believe that the best thing they can do for their country is, for instance, to talk about the benefits of the European Union. However, these politicians know that their electors, their voters, are Eurosceptical. So in order to please to these voters, they will speak against the European Union. They do it against their own will. This is what populism is. This is how it works. So unity and empathy. This is what we need. Thank you very much, President. That was Mr. Andrej Kiska, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
That was the Slovak perspective. I said that we will look at the other side of Europe as well. We are still in Europe. We are still talking about the same values, but we will look at a different part of Europe, and that is Scandinavia, a part of Europe which does not have any issues with trust in government or civil service.
Welcome here the former Prime Minister of Finland, who also served as the Minister of Finance, as well as Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for European Affairs and Trade, Professor Alexander Stubb. Welcome. Nowadays, he's a director of the School of Transnational Governance. We are eager to have you here. We are happy you are here with us, and we are eager to hear your view of the role of values in turbulent times.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. Sorry I can't be there. Whenever I get a chance to come to Prague, or actually to Bratislava, I go. And the reason is that as a Finn, I always feel that the Czechs and the Slovaks understand us. Why? Because we are ice hockey crazy people. In the European Parliament, I actually sat next to Petr Statsny, and one of my childhood heroes is a young man by the name of Jaromir Jagr. I don't know if he still has long hair in the back, but he's only 2 years younger than I am, and I think he just finished his career. So, but it's lovely to be with you. today. What I'll do is I'll talk about values-based leadership, the role of values in turbulent times, and I'll do this in about 15 minutes max so that we can have a few questions coming in. And I'll do it through 3 points. Number 1, values, what they mean. Number 2, interests. And number 3, how we mix values and interests in a world of conflict, competition, and cooperation. And I must say that having listened to President Kiska earlier, I can but agree with a lot of his observations. So I hesitate to begin with this, but I'll do it anyway. Vladimir Lenin once said that there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when decades happen. Now, I very rarely quote communist leaders, but I think on this one, Lenin was right. So there are those big moments in history which we, with the wisdom of hindsight or otherwise, understand that big change happens. One of them was, of course, 1945, the end of World War II, and then the subsequent beginning of the Cold War, which was an ideological battle, a battle of values. On one side, you had the Soviet Union, communism, collective economy, and authoritarian regimes. On the other hand, you had the United States and its allies with democracy, freedom, and capitalism. So essentially, it was about values and interests. Then 1989 or 1991, depending on which perspective you're looking at, the end of the Cold War, when there is this feeling of end of history. Fukuyama said that, all 200 nation states in the world are going to convert to the best form of governance, which is a combination of liberal democracy, social market economy, and globalization. Again, a strong belief in values. And now we are at one of those moments, 2022, when Russia, for the 3rd time since 2008, showed aggression towards its neighbor. Georgia, 2008, annexation of the Crimean Peninsula, which was mentioned in the question, 2014, and now a full-blown attack on Ukraine on the 24th of February. So there is this feeling that there are decades where nothing happens, and then, weeks when decades happen. And I think that we should understand that this sort of holiday from history has lasted for about 30 years, my lifetime. I'm born, on a day which, on a year which is very important for both Czechs and Slovaks in 1968. And I'm a child of the post-Cold War era. That's when I became an academic, a civil servant, and a politician. So here we go, 3 things: values, interests, and how the two mix. There are many who say that we are in a world where there is a clear conflict between 2 poles, autocracies and democracies. I think to a certain extent it's right, but it is oversimplifying the situation. But certainly when it comes to values, I think we should understand that the end of history didn't happen. I want to talk about universal values, human rights, fundamental rights, freedoms, democracy, the protection of minorities, equality. But the truth is that these values we state are universal, and we can find them in UN charters and elsewhere, but not everyone in this world abides by them. And right now we have a challenge on both the values and on the rules. So, we live in a world where the democratic world, still I would argue, led by the United States to a certain extent, with all of its own complications across the Atlantic, with a very toxic political atmosphere, with challenges to democratic institutions in January 2020 through Donald Trump, it is still leading the so-called free world. And to a certain extent, it is a battle of values. And remember that there was a time, even during the Cold War, when some of us who believed in these liberal international values, universal values, were starting to question our capacity to solve problems. The Euro crisis, the asylum crisis, the election of Donald Trump, Brexit, the beginning of COVID. Did the world of democracies actually deal with these issues well enough? Now, of course, if you look at the past, say, year and a half, I think we've been vindicated, and we can argue that democracies and free values are better at dealing with war, Ukraine basically beating Russia. They're better at dealing with COVID, us basically doing a better job on COVID than autocracies like China. But the first point is that there is right now a battle of values, and they do matter. They are the basis, as the president just said, the basis of who we are and what we do. And we have to fight for them every day. Second point, interests. Now, there's always this innate tension between values and interests, but basically interests are really about power. And power is really about hard power, so military, soft power, the capacity of society to deal with, say, economic growth, and then smart power, say, culture, etc., etc. I would still argue that we in Europe are fairly okay on all three. Of course, the United States is still the number one on hard power and military, but Europe is not too bad. On soft power, I think Europe is very good, and I think on smart power, we are excellent. We are very quick in the world of interest to say that, we Europeans are all split and going in all different directions just because we have divergence of opinion inside the European Union. Well, to that I say, what's new? We're 27 member states inside the European Union, but still, if we look at pure power, we are a lifestyle superpower. We are a very successful continent. I would still argue the most successful continent in the world. I've lived all over the place. Half of my life I've lived abroad, in other words, outside of Finland. I would still argue that hands down, if I had a choice, which continent would I live on? Boom, I would say Europe. And that is interest and power. Now, we do have two challengers, and actually more than two challengers to our interests. One of them is Russia. Russia is, of course, a reckless power, and it's a power in decline. There is, this sentiment of the rise and fall of great powers, and what we can see with Russian reckless behavior right now is basically a former superpower in total decline. Military decline, economic decline. It has been cursed with the curse of petro economy. It hasn't been able to renew itself. Russia is the biggest country in the world with the greatest natural resources in the world, yet it is less than 2% of world GDP. It's tiny. It's like Spain or the Netherlands, and a power in decline and behaving very recklessly in a revisionist and imperialist manner. The other power that is challenging the values that we in the West claim is China. And it is a competitor. And it's for the first time in a long time where someone is challenging the post-Cold War order with a different way of governance. I'm simplifying. It is authoritarian. It is state-based. It is control-based. It is about state capitalism rather than free entrepreneurship. And I think it is in many ways a competitor. And what we have to understand now is that the war in Ukraine and Russian aggression in Ukraine is not only about Russia versus the West. Yes, we have a European security structure which is split into two, Russia on one side, 44 European states on the other. You just hosted the first European political community meeting in Prague a few weeks back, so we can see the beginning of a European security structure. But it's not only about that. It's about Russia versus the West, but it is also about the West versus the rest. So there is a rejection of the post-Cold War order, and this is something that we have to grapple with. And this is where I come to my third and final point. I think we will see a world where we have a mix of three things: conflict, competition, and cooperation. Conflict usually has been local, as we have seen, all around the world, whether it's Syria, whether it's South Sudan, whether it's Yemen. et cetera, et cetera. But now we're seeing also national conflict, which is Russia versus Ukraine. The key here is to contain it and make sure that it doesn't become a global conflict. What, of course, can ignite that is, a clash between the United States and China. And we have to be very careful about that. And that's where values come into play. Because my argument is that it is going to be very difficult for us to export our values in a binary fashion to countries like China. I'll get back to that in my conclusion. Second one is competition. So the geopolitical competition is actually complicating the third bit, cooperation. The problem with cooperation is that the world order, as it was created after World War II, was very much based on the Western worldview. So, the UN, the Bretton Woods, WTO, GATT first of all, the IMF, the World Bank. So there's a sentiment and feeling that it was a Western world order. And the same happened after the end of the Cold War. So a lot of countries in Africa which had experienced colonial powers, a lot of Asian countries, they felt that why should we abide by the Western world order when we can basically deal with things ourselves? So there'll be this battle between values and interests when we look at conflict, competition, and cooperation. So my conclusion is to say that we're moving towards some kind of a new world order. We don't exactly know what it is. The Cold War was bipolar, the beginning of the post-Cold War was unipolar, and now we live in a multipolar world where multilateralism and the basic values and the rules-based world order is being challenged. We're seeing a lot of intergovernmental cooperation taking place. The United States is talking about G7 as the steering committee of the free world. We're seeing meetings between G20, from which the Czechs, the Slovaks, and the Finns are excluded. We're seeing cross-regional cooperation in the form of AUKUS. The United States, Australia, the United Kingdom, and Japan. We're seeing different types of formations with the Quad, with the United States and India and others, where there's a focus in the Pacific. So we in Europe have to think about how do we stick to our values and defend our interests. And for me, it means, and I'll finish off with this, it means a more dignified foreign policy. So we have to understand that, yes, there'll be three power centers, the United States, China, and Europe, but we cannot export our way of life to the rest of the world by bullying, by force, or by taking the moral high ground. And this means that, yes, let's cooperate with countries and regions where our values are not shared, but let's do it in a dignified way by sticking to our own values where we're at it. And it all starts from home. If we are not able to show that we stick to our basic Western values, then it's very difficult for us to do business in the rest of the world. So this is what I wanted to say. Number one, about values. Number two, about interest. And number three, about a world which will oscillate between conflict, competition, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I know you've just mentioned that it's not easy and that we shouldn't export our values by power, but still we would like to import the values or the way how you make your people, make your society be high trust. Because Finland ranks among the top performers in OECD countries with the trust. 64% of Finnish population reported trusting the government compared to an OECD average of 45%. How to achieve that? We want to import that ability to Czech Republic.
Well, you probably need to change prime minister. So the trust wasn't that high when I was prime minister. It's probably a reflection of trust in the current one. No, I mean, jokes aside, you know, I think one of the key elements to, you know, small societies and the basis of trust is that you live next to a constant threat, right? And in our case, it was first the Soviet Union and then Russia. So if you have 1,340 kilometers of border, and in many ways you live in this sort of constant feeling of having to defend your independence, your identity, and your basic existence, you have to have trust. And I give foreign and security policy as an example, right? Finland has always been very quick in its capacity to change tack. So first we were under Sweden for 700 years. In 1809 we became an autonomous part of Russia, and what did we do then? We maximized our autonomy. In 1917, Lenin gave us independence. What did we do? We maximized our independence. In 1945, very reluctantly, we accepted peace from Stalin, lost 10% of our territory. But what did we do? We maximized our security and our role as a buffer zone between the East and the West. 1989, and especially 1991, when the Soviet Union collapses, what do? We immediately indicate our intent to join the European Union. And then in 2022, when the opportunity beacons and we see that Putin can slaughter his brothers and sisters in Ukraine, what does the Finnish public do? It turns around and immediately comes into favor of NATO membership. Okay, I mean, I was in favor of Finnish NATO membership, but I was a small minority for 20 years. What I'm trying to say is that people put their trust in leaders when there is an external threat. Does this mean that everything is lovey-dovey and people trust politicians? No. I mean, that's why we have quite a, how would I say, active turnover of prime ministers, and have had so in Finland ever since 2011. I think we've had Jyrki Katainen, 2011 we've had Matti Vanhanen, Mari Kiviniemi, Jyrki Katainen, myself, Juha Sipilä, Antti Rinne, and now Sanna Marin. So there is a lot of trust, but there's also a lot of turnover. But that's what democracy is all about. It's messy, you know? That's what freedom is.
Yeah, you've mentioned many of important Finnish politicians. How can political leaders persuade, or how can they increase, what can they do to increase the trust of people in government? Where to start?
Well, this is one of the key questions, I think, because I think autocracies and democracies, they have to deal with four structural challenges. They are demography, how to deal with that. Secondly, they're about climate, how to deal with that. Thirdly, they're about economy, how to deal with that. And fourth, they're about technological disruption. And if there's a feeling that government is not able to provide the service or solutions for these four challenges, then people start not only mistrusting government, but seeking alternative solutions. So they identify then with movements, you know, whether they are, you know, with Donald Trump or anti-vax or pro-Putin or whatever they might be. And this is what government has to understand. So first of all, it has to try to solve problems, but it should not make a claim that it can solve all problems. And it needs to provide a narrative by saying that, listen, government can only take you so far, but the rest of it is then up to, you know, transnational society, individuals, companies, you know, media, academia, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, the problem is that if you lose trust once, you know, let's say corruption, for instance, what you see is that a lot of the countries that are ranked, you know, top in terms of trust, et cetera, in government in the OECD, they're the countries which are also ranked top when it comes to anti-corruption, when it comes to media freedom, when it comes to freedom in society in general. So it's all sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more free you are, the less corrupt you are, you know, the more trust there is in society. Not an easy thing to do, and it'll always be a pendulum shifting back and forth.
If we should conclude with the qualities of a good and effective leader, what would that be?
I don't know. You know, I'm an academic nowadays. It's very difficult to say. I mean, of course, you know, integrity is one of them. But the problem here is that, you know, a part of democracy is, of course, free speech. And right now we are in a media cycle which is completely different from what it used to be when democracy was founded. Then you basically had 3 months' time to reflect on something, then 3 weeks, then 3 days, you know, then 3 hours, then 3 minutes, and now it's basically 3 seconds. And we live in a world where you have to react to things very fast, and a lot of it is about, you know, public perception. And politicians, trust me, they are never as good as the media makes them, nor are they as bad as the media portrays them. So we are very much in a catch-21 situation, whereby I think we should somehow try to take a deep breath, you know, be a little bit more calm, a little bit more cool, in trying to find solutions, and understand that politicians too are just human beings. They make mistakes, they fail. There's no such thing as a perfect leader. And if we start with that conception, I think it's good. And if we then want to change a leader after 4 years, that's fine as well. So have a little bit more mercy on yourself and your politicians. I think that's a good start.
Thank you very much. I mean, we also have to bear in mind that it's also about our personal responsibility, because the government is not going to solve everything for us. Thank you for reminding us, thank you for being with us. Professor Alexander Stubb, the former Prime Minister of Finland. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, see you.
S hodnotami a tím, jak se mění, jsou
Values are related to today's geopolitical situation, of course. All our previous speakers mentioned that. And geopolitics and security will be the topics of the session that will follow after the break. We will meet back here at 10:45. See you then.
Krásné dopoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let me welcome you again at Prague Crossroads at the annual conference of the Aspen Institute Central Europe, the shape of Central Europe. Please grab your coffee and get back to your seats so we can continue with our next topic, which will be innovations in the field of security and the defense in times of conflicts. We will have here foreign guests, so the next panel will be in English. Interpretation is provided. For your comfort, please feel free to grab your headsets on your way back to your seat. Please now, those of you who are in the back enjoying the break, be quiet so we can continue our next session. And now I will speak to English.
2022. As already mentioned, the security environment has changed fundamentally in the last year, and we wouldn't expect a war to happen, to become a reality in Europe. But February 24th of this year proved that we were wrong, as Russian troops attacked Ukraine and started already more than 8-month-long war. This poses a qualitatively new requirements and challenges for defense. And about those we are going to talk in the next panel, in the next hour, when I expect you also to take part by asking your questions. For that, we have a Slido application ready for you, so you'll need your smart devices so that you may ask a question. You just get to the Slido, sli.do, or slido.com, and you get to our event by writing hashtag Aspen Annual. By the way, the same hashtag we use for tweets as well. So by signing in Slido with hashtag Aspen Annual, you'll get to our event and you may ask questions or support a question that somebody else already asked beforehand, and I'll be more than glad, more than happy to ask your questions, our panelists. But before I welcome them here, I would like to start with a summary of expert study on the topic of defense. Daniel Koštoval, Senior Fellow at the Prague Center for Transatlantic Relations, will summarize the most important points of the study focused on defense in times of interstate conflicts at the strategic level.
Česká republika, stejně jako ostatní země NATO a EU, se ocitla v absolutně novém bezpečnostním prostředí. Ruská agrese proti Ukrajině započala v roce 2014 anexí Krymu a naplno propukla 24. února tohoto roku frontálním útokem a okupací velké části Ukrajiny. Opět se v Evropě objevil fenomén, kdy primárním řešením pro dosažení zahraničně politických cílů je použití vojenské síly v masivním industriálním měřítku. To ohrožuje i území států NATO a EU. Příprava na zajištění obrany státu s tímto dosud nepočítala. Do začátku této dekády byl hlavní hrozbou terorismus. Nyní je to velmocenské soupeření a ochota použít vojenskou sílu a další silové prostředky na strategické úrovni. Je nutné si připustit, že můžeme čelit masivní vojenské hrozbě doprovázené akty státního terorismu vůči infrastruktuře. Důležitá je technologicko-průmyslová základna i velikost nasaditelných armád. To vyžaduje zcela jiný přístup k zajištění obrany státu a Severoatlantické aliance.
Z hlediska priorit je dneska strašně důležité, aby pokračovala modernizace armády České republiky. tak jak byla nastavena v roce 2015 v koncepci výstavby armády a následně pochopitelně byla novelizována. Otázka spolupráce, skoro bych řekl, že to je nadbytečný, protože představit si Českou republiku, potažmo armádu České republiky, že bude plnit samostatně úkoly, které jsou spojeny s obranou České republiky, je nemyslitelné. Prostě my musíme pracovat, my musíme být součástí struktur, ať jsou to alianční struktury, struktury Evropské unie, protože bez vzájemné spolupráce i včetně V4 obrana České republiky je nemyslitelná.
Hledání individuálních národních cest nezvyšuje bezpečnost. Obrana není jenom zodpovědností ozbrojených sil. Je to složitý komplex odpovědností a hlavně celonárodní jednoty a podpory. Obrana je nedělitelná a týká se všech.
Já jsem přesvědčen, že státy v rámci Evropské unie na poli obrany nespolupracují dostatečně. Já bych se zaměřil především na spolupráci s našimi sousedy. Chceme-li mít bezpečnou Českou republiku, musíme dobře vycházet se svými sousedy. Vzájemné propojování, ať už průmyslu, kultury nebo čehokoliv, vytváření vzájemné závislosti na sobě, tak to vytváří ideální podmínky pro bezpečnost v našem regionu. Proto, kdybych já se zaměřoval na spolupráci v oblasti obranného průmyslu, tak se budu koncentrovat především na naše sousedy.
Důležitá je systémová příprava již v době míru a schopnost mobilizovat lidské, věcné a výrobní kapacity. Za tímto účelem je nutné mít jak na úrovni států, tak i na úrovni NATO a EU jasnou a konzistentní strategii a také funkční implementační mechanismy. Českou republiku i další státy regionu čeká řada zásadních rozhodnutí.
Several crucial decisions have to be made, and about that we are going to talk with our panelist Jan Jireš, Deputy Minister of Defense for Defense Policy and Planning from the Czech Ministry of Defense. I welcome. Also we have Wojciech Lorenz, Head of International Security Program from the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Welcome as well, Wojciech. And Lieutenant General Jaromír Zuna from Defense Diplomacy. Welcome, gentlemen. And I'll start here with Jan Jireš. Because do we have sufficient security strategy in the Czech Republic? As we've heard, the Czech one dates to 2015. And as the biggest threat, it sees the terrorism and it adapts its forces to this assumption. Even though it is from 2015, it still doesn't take Russia as a threat. It ignores even the annexation of Crimea. So is it sufficient nowadays?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I see that you can hear me. First of all, many thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And straight to answering your question. Of course, our current defense and security policies as defined in governmental strategic documents adopted 5-7 years ago they are very much obsolete. And actually nowadays we are at the beginning of what I call a national strategic review. And this is something that is mandated by the new government, and we are at the beginning of actually significantly updating all those national strategies in defense and security so that actually we can really react to the rapidly changing and worsening security environment. So just to conclude, we are at the beginning of the overall process of defining what our new defense and security policies in this country should be in response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and also in response to what has been going on at the level of NATO and the European Union. So we know that actually in June this year, NATO adopted its new strategic concept. In March this year, the European Union adopted its strategic compass. We now can learn first lessons from what a modern, contemporary, high-intensity warfare against near-peer adversary would be looking like. So we need to actually integrate all these inputs and actually decide how our new defense policy should look like. And I'll be happy actually to elaborate more later on what the key elements of this new defense policy of the Czech Republic should look like. Thank you.
We'll be definitely happy to hear that, and thank you for mentioning also the point of cooperation with NATO and the EU, because that's another big issue. I also already introduced Wojciech, who is from the Polish Institute of International Affairs, with previous experience as BBC journalist, civilian specialist in the International Security Assistance Force, and much more, co-director of NATO-sponsored workshop in Ukraine. But Poland is in a very different situation from the one of the Czech Republic. Its security strategy is from 2020, and it has Russia, Russia is explicitly identified as a threat in it. Is it good or sufficient base in these days, or does it also need some update?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation as well. It's always a pleasure to be in Prague, and Czech Republic, very important NATO and EU member. And regarding our strategy, as a good strategy needs to have a sober assessment of the security environment. And of course, in Poland, we have seen that there are very negative trends, at least since Russia's aggression against Georgia in 2008. So even though not every strategy since that time indicated openly Russia as a threat, there was a general sense in the strategic community that the risk of confrontation between Russia and the so-called collective West is increasing. So this strategy from 2020 that you refer to describes Russia as a direct threat. We could see that after annexation of Crimea and first aggression against Georgia, that Russia is ready to use military power in its neighborhood against its neighbors. At the same time, there were certain demands and ultimatums still not openly formulated until 2021, when Russia finally openly made this ultimatum to NATO and the United States, demanding that US and NATO withdraw troops to the positions from 1997, and the numerous other demands that clearly indicate that Russia perceives new NATO and EU member states as a buffer zone. They would like to reclaim back this area as an area of gray zone between the West and Russia. So with looking at all those trends, we decided that, you know, there is no time to waste. You just need to make it clear in your strategy that Russia is not only political threat, but it can be also a military threat. And by doing this in 2020, it also helped us to better influence NATO and EU strategies adopted this year. We had this consensus, what are our strategic interests and how to secure them by influencing the shape of NATO and EU strategy. The only thing that lacks, in my opinion, that could be probably more explicitly stated, but this is also, we know how politics work, and there is a very general reference to China, I would say. And we have to be prepared, as I said, that Russia not only attacked Ukraine, but this is war about generally the Euro-Atlantic security order and the status of Czech Republic, Poland, and all eastern flank countries. But at the same time, we have to be prepared for this longer-term And the strategies are adopted in this perspective, a couple of years, sometimes 10-year perspective, just like NATO strategy. We need to be prepared for the black case scenario that the United States is really focused on Indo-Pacific, and this is what American strategies clearly indicate, that they will prioritize Indo-Pacific over Europe. So if there is a war over Taiwan, the United States may be focused on conflict there, and they won't be able to deliver enough support as we would expect. So in this sense, I would say that, of course, strategy puts an accent, it stresses that we need to build our own potential, but at the same time, I would expect more to indicate that deterring China or trying to influence China, trying to change Chinese behavior, it would be the area of building strategic relations with the United States between Poland and the US. I think that this would be one of those areas that I would change in the strategy. But overall, assessment is very positive.
Thank you. And General Jaromír Zuna may compare as someone who served as the first deputy to the chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces, was part of the NATO Joint Force Training Center in Poland, and has wide experience in the field of preparing future soldiers, officers, and modern technologies as well as strategies. What needs to be done in Europe to adapt to current situation and be able to react to the new threats?
Thank you very much for the question, and good morning to everyone who is present. It's nice to see you all here in this very important event and also important topic which we are discussing now. In the security and defense domain, we are not obviously working in a style of a movie cut. Everything what's happening is deeply built in terms of our arrangements in our long-term plans, and that pertains not only to national level but also at the level of NATO and European Union. So regardless the current situation and evolution of the security environment in Europe, especially due to this unjust invasion of Russia to Ukraine, but also considering the other situations which are not favorable to our security environment. What we have to do primarily is to firmly continue in achieving the objectives and implementation of all the arrangements which we have been actually doing since 2014. Situation has changed in the security environment, but a lot has been envisioned even before, and a lot of arrangements have been already adopted. What we need is basically the patience and dedication and firm attitude in achieving everything what we have already decided to do in terms of building defense and security capabilities within NATO, European Union, with our allies, with our neighbors. If we compare current situation with the, I don't want to say past, but let's to say with the practice which was predominant 10 years ago, meaning expeditionary warfare, today we need to achieve new balance in development and building our defense capabilities. This is how it is called. I know that our media space is full of strong statements about the big wars and becoming ready for the real war and so on. Militaries have always been preparing for this eventuality because we have been always planning for the war scenarios. It was all about the political will and the capacities which countries were able and willing to invest into defense. And speaking about the Czech Republic, we have prospered the most when we invested to our defense and security the most. And that was especially during the 90s and shortly after with the project of professionalization of our military. when we really had a consensus, regardless of the political or economic cycle, to become a firm and reliable member of Euro-Atlantic security and political structures. Just for a short overview, if we look what has been done within NATO, and that also pertains to European Union, because most of the NATO member states are also members of the European Union. So since 2014, NATO summit in Wales, 2014, 2% of GDP dedicated for defense has been agreed. NATO summit 2016 in Poland, in Warsaw, resilience. NATO response force concept has been adopted. NATO battle groups along the eastern front, let's to say, of NATO borders. NATO force structure has been adopted. New tactical and operational level command and control elements have been established in Poland, Hungary, Romania, and other countries. NATO force integration units have been created in many Eastern European countries. And the list could go on, but I would summarize it with capability targets 2017 with the NATO defense and planning process, building heavy brigades, capability targets 2021, another increase of the capabilities which are required from the militaries of NATO member states. So list goes on. There is sometimes perception that not much has been done in reference to the war in Ukraine and current state of the security environment.
You've already touched on the very important topic that we need to, the goals are set, but we need to do something to fulfill them, yes. Which is also the topic of the financing that you've mentioned. But Jan, you wanted to react, and I would be very happy if you would add the topic of dedicating 2% of GDP for the security, which is still not the case of the Czech Republic. And when we see the expectations still 2026, it's not going to be the case even in 3 years' time.
Yes, thank you. I would actually challenge the idea that this is, after all, business as usual, or that we should simply implement what we agreed years ago. I don't totally agree. Of course, it's partly true. Look, when it comes to describing the current security environment and identifying threats, that's no rocket science. It has been done. The government of this party, as well as the government of Poland, approved EU strategic compass and NATO strategic concept this year. Both these documents actually describe the security environment in which we currently are. Both these documents reflect Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And as I said, it's no rocket science. We know what the threats are. Both these documents clearly identify Russia as the most dangerous and imminent threat. At the same time, we must not forget about international terrorism, if only because by acknowledging international terrorism as a threat brings unity and coherence in both NATO and the European Union, and that's it. That is what we are dependent on in our defense and security policies. And of course, both documents acknowledge China as a security challenge. So we know what the environment is. We simply need to replicate that description of our contemporary security environment into our national strategic documents and strategic planning. What is more important is actually the conclusions we derive from that description of our contemporary security environment. So what should be done about it, what we should do as a nation and as a member of NATO and the EU about it, what kind of capabilities we should be building, what, in a nutshell, our national politico-military level of ambition should be. And this is something that is going to be discussed very heavily over the next couple of months, so that actually, as I said at the beginning, we can really come to a new definition of our national defense policy and our national military ambitions. And just to summarize it very briefly, what we really need to focus on is the ability to wage long-term, high-intensity warfare against near-peer adversary. And I don't agree that actually we would be able to do that. No, we probably would not be able to do that, because what we need to work on very intensively is sustainability of our forces in the first place. We need stockpiles of everything: ammunition, spare parts, fuel. We need more military personnel. We need to think about how to increase our military reserves so that actually we can conduct a mobilization of forces in times of crisis and conflict. This is what we probably wouldn't be able to do at the moment. We need to incentivize our defense industry to be able to produce more and more swiftly. We need to work on the resilience of our society. This is what we see very clearly in Ukraine, that the entire capacity of the country to fight back actually ultimately depends on the willingness and readiness of the society to suffer the hardships and to be willing, to be determined to fight back. So this is what boils down to resilience of the society, both sort of psychological, mental resilience and the physical resilience of the state and critical infrastructure. So these are all actually elements of our defense policy that will need to be addressed very, very carefully in our new planning documents, and this should constitute the core of our new defense policies. And of course, for all of this, we will need money. And I'm pretty confident that actually by 2025 at the latest, but hopefully earlier, meaning in 2024, we will indeed reach the level of 2% of GDP on defense. This is what the government actually is determined to do. Of course, it's not just about the political will to do it, it's also about the capacity, the absorption capacity of the system.
So it is not endangered by the economic situation we are just
No, I think there is a clear political will of the current government to spend as much money as needed for defense. What I'm saying is that it is not all about just political will. It's really about the absorption capacity of the system to actually being able to use the money. But the 2% threshold actually is becoming a sheer necessity and the floor, not the ceiling in NATO. Actually, what allies in NATO are already discussing is maybe going to 3% of GDP on defense. And of course, we know that Poland in this regard has some really impressive ambitions, like reaching 5% of GDP in some time. So 2% of GDP, that's just a sheer minimum, and I think everyone understands that around Europe.
Wojciech, I saw you making a lot of notes, and yeah, the 5%, that's the goal for you, which is very different from the 2% that some countries have still difficulties to reach.
Well, we have to understand, as I said, that this war in Ukraine is not only about Ukraine, not only about the attempt to subjugate Ukraine totally and rebuild the empire, but it is also about the status of our region. And after Russia openly made this ultimatum to NATO and the US, there is a high risk that sooner or later Russia will confront NATO. And of course you will hear the arguments that, okay, Russia is doing badly, it got weakened, so how can you imagine the situation that Russia will confront NATO? But we have seen that actually we have been balancing on a very thin line, and we made took a huge strategic risk with our previous strategies, both in NATO and the EU. Because if we imagine this scenario, black case scenario, that United States was already involved in Indo-Pacific in conflict against China, and Russia decided to attack the Baltic states with this potential that we have now, and with all those problems that we can see with the ammunition, you know, the countries that deliver 20 howitzers to Ukraine, this is 1/4 of their total inventory, and they cannot deliver more. The biggest major industrial powers in Europe are able to produce around 30 units, 30 howitzers a year, while we need them hundreds, if not thousands. We need millions of shells, of different sorts of ammunition. This all indicates that if we look at the conflict in Ukraine, that it will not end probably soon. It is just like, you know, the Germany in the First World War, Kaiser already in 1914 concluded that, okay, we lost, but it took 4 more years and millions of casualties, millions of people killed and wounded before the war actually ended. We have to be prepared for this scenario that this war will go on, that Russia will look for some strategic pause just to rebuild its potential, regroup itself. Sooner or later, it may rebuild its potential, even with the sanctions. Maybe it will be not the most technologically advanced, but they will go in their traditional direction, that they will bring numbers, a huge mass. Now there is this a very intensive, aggressive propaganda directed toward Russian society, that it is all fault of NATO and the West, that actually Russia is fighting with the West, and this is why it is losing in Ukraine. So you have everything that increases the risk that in this more pessimistic scenario, and 7 to 10 years in the more optimistic one, we may have a direct confrontation between Russia and NATO. And if we base our strategy on this assumption, and this is a sound and sober assumption, and if we understand that our industrial capacity is to build around 30 to 50 howitzers, let's stick to the howitzers, a year, while Poland needs 1,000 pretty quickly. So you will see that even if we produce 50 a year, so we are able to fill only 50% in a 10-year perspective. So this is why we decided to buy quickly. And this is why, because you don't have available tanks or howitzers, you cannot buy them off the shelves, neither from European partners nor from the United States. We decided to go for the cooperation with South Korea. And this is why we are in this shopping spree, just because there is this understanding that we don't have time. We will try to build the industrial capacity to build some of those systems in Poland. It will take years, huge investments. You can just imagine if you need to double, triple, or make it 5 times bigger the capacity of your industry, how huge investments it will take. It will cost billions and billions of dollars, and this is why, as Jan rightly noted, the 3% even in Poland's case may not be enough.
You mentioned the topic of capacity, of the industry capacity, and there is a question coming from the audience. EU needs stronger and less fragmented defense industry to ramp up production quickly and be less dependent on the United States. Do you have any magic recipe how to do that?
No, of course, there is no magic recipe. There are some political realities that, you know, this is how it works, actually. I met Jan a lot of times during different conferences, and we were thinking how to strengthen our cooperation and how to stimulate the development of our industrial base. But the realities are that politicians, even if they approve a right strategy, not necessarily want to take difficult decisions, especially when this prospect of a big-scale war is still distant on the horizon. So actually, as far as the investments in our defense capacity, we haven't done everything that we should, and now we will pay the price that our industry will be fragmented, mainly because we will have different platforms. If we will have 1,600 tanks, the biggest tank army in Europe, and to give you the perspective, it will be more tanks than all other European countries have together. We will have 3 different platforms like Leopards, American Abrams, and K2 from South Korea. So this is a huge logistics, and this is a huge burden for the state. But this is unfortunately, I'm afraid that it won't be solved that quickly. And we will pay this. We will pay this price. Now, what you know, we are focused on building this capacity. We don't have much time. We need to build all new factories in a 3-year time perspective, which is a very ambitious time horizon. There is a plan, of course, to position them on the western side of the Vistula River because of strategic realities. If there is war, you need to be prepared to defend those this industrial capacity. You need to be able to produce things even during the war. So the fragmentation is a concern, but the even bigger concern is that we may not have enough time to build actually the capacity that we need to have.
Jan, you've spoken about the support for the defense industry. How difficult it is when all the defense industry in the Czech Republic is in private hands? It's privately owned.
Just going back to the question somebody asked, this is not really about being independent from the United States. This is that, you know, narrative of European strategic autonomy that was pushed by the French. It's dead now. You know, I haven't heard anybody in Europe speaking about European strategic autonomy over the past half a year. It's over. Yes, Europe needs to be independent from our adversaries and potential adversaries, such as Russia and China, when it comes to energy resources, when it comes to raw materials, when it comes to technologies. Yes, we need to cut our dependence on authoritarian regimes that are our enemies or adversaries. That's where European strategic autonomy is needed. But of course, if anything, Russian aggression against Ukraine proved again that the United States' engagement and leadership in European security is absolutely indispensable and vital. So let's not speak about being independent or autonomous when it comes to the United States. We need, of course, to cooperate because we are allies. And actually our security, the Czech and Polish security, depends on NATO and cooperation and defense link with the United States. And by the way, the greatest lesson learned from the war in Ukraine, probably when it comes to military, operational and tactical issues, is how materially demanding and intensive such a conflict is, and that's what we have been talking here about. And what we see is actually that not even the American defense industry has sufficient capacities to produce quickly high volumes of what needs to be produced when it comes to ammunition and spare parts and everything. So this is a challenge faced by all NATO members, all European countries, but also by the United States. So we have already started all kinds of efforts within NATO, within the European Union, bilaterally, nationally, as well as in different regional groupings to address these issues of insufficient industrial capacities. And of course, you asked about specifically the Czech defense industry. I don't think there is a problem that much of the Czech defense industry is privately owned, rather the opposite actually. What we have seen over the past half a year is the tremendous vitality and agility of the Czech defense industry vis-à-vis the war in Ukraine, precisely because most of it is privately owned. But what we will need to do, and this is actually what I touched upon at the beginning of the panel, is that we will need to figure out actually how to establish proper legal and financial frameworks to engage our defense industry, even though it is, or especially because it is privately owned, so that actually we can, as the country, as the government, as the Ministry of Defense, as the military, we can tap into its production capacities when we need them in times of crisis and conflict. So this will also be one part or one element of the upcoming national strategic review I have spoken about. We need to figure out actually how to, what kind of framework to set actually to ensure that our national defense industry actually can boost its production capacities and be able to produce as much as we need for high-intensity warfare, which means actually probably going back in a sense to the Cold War before 1989. Back then, and I'm not speaking about Czechoslovakia at the time, I'm more speaking about the Western NATO countries before 1989. At that time, of course, all of them actually had established frameworks of cooperation with their national defense industries, prepaid capacities of defense industry, so that actually they would be able to ramp up production in times of crisis and conflict. And this is a big thing, a big challenge for us now actually to figure out actually how to do this.
General, how do you see it? There are also questions if the hard militarization of Europe is the only way forward. If now it jumped somewhere, but sorry, but is it the only way? And there's also a very supportive question, what sort of role play innovation, EDTs and space operations in the new defense strategies and defense policies?
I would like to go back a little bit to previous question because these two are related. During the time when it was envisioned that expeditionary warfare would be prevailing or predominant way of using military capacities during the peacetime, you always had enough time to compile the force, train them, equip them, logistics was provided within multinational arrangements on the territory of the crisis or deployment and so on and so forth. If you are facing a real crisis, like war in Ukraine, the military is used and employed with the actual capacity it has. So basically, you have to be ready during the peacetime, even for this scenario. If we go back 10 years, 2008, the long-term security vision. Everything was built around this expeditionary warfare. At that time, all the decisions like abolishing the war stock, lowering all the levels of supply, and everything, it was all pushed on military, basically with the view to conserve the money and especially lowering down the operational cost of military. So at the time, we were saying, you know, it's very difficult because during the Second World War, you could produce actually one piece of technology in one company. Today, for this sophisticated armament and equipment which we have, you need global supply chains. So therefore it is not easy even for the United States to quickly replenish the stock of military material which is being used in the operations. So you have to be ready during the peacetime. That was our warning. Now we are in the situation when we have to rebuild actually everything. And plus, there is new demand. There are new operational domains, especially in those days we are talking about cyber, we are talking about space. Both of them, these are new NATO operational domains. They will require a long-term approach. You have to educate the people for this, for operating these systems. You have to develop them through science and technology projects and implement them. And you have to do everything within international cooperation within NATO. These two areas are critically important for the Czech armed forces. If I look at the just few numbers, 5 years ago, if I am talking about military research and innovation, there was around 40 projects ongoing. Today, there is more than 100 on the list, and all of them are related to new technologies, but not only in those two domains which I was mentioning, but also in the area of upgrading current or legacy military equipment. Because we see on the battlefield of Ukraine how important it is and what kind of advantage you're actually gaining if even the legacy equipment is upgraded and the sophistication, especially in command control systems, is up to date. So I'm a big supporter of this research and development area and domain. It is developing very well. Arrangements have been adopted within the MOD. A few years ago, a division has been created which is in charge of research and development within MOD and industrial cooperation. I was for 5 years deputy in the commission which is created at the MOD level, and I was running those projects on behalf of the military, or basically administering and managing them. So I know what is behind. But basically, we are entering the area where artificial intelligence, robotics, autonomous systems, all these things will be dominating on the battlefield. Quantum computing. 20 years ago, I was working at US Training and Doctrines Command for Monroe, Virginia, basically an institution which is paving the way for US military into the future. The things which we have been working at the time at US TRADOC, currently you can see on the battlefield, all these UAVs, all these autonomous systems.
So we still cannot forget about planning.
So basically, that also gives you perspective about the time span you need for implementation of this sophisticated equipment. So what you see today, I have seen 20 years ago, and 20 years ago, already our military was receiving continuous flow of studies, what the future will look like, including those loitering ammunition which you see today, and you see how important and effective it is on the battlefield. So we knew that it is all about political will, dedication, regardless of economic cycle, regardless of democratic cycle, development and build-up of military at the national level has to continue steadily, methodically, without interruption. And at the end, it is cheaper than working in cycles or waves.
I guess it's very difficult politically to persuade people because we also need a public support for that. But there are questions about geopolitical problems. So, for example, how do you balance the need for cooperation within the EU and effective support for Ukraine when dealing with less enthusiastic partners such as Hungary? And also there's another question about the role of Turkey as a NATO member, which is also supporting Russia in a way.
Both Hungary and Turkey are good and valued allies in NATO. I think one of the most positive surprises post-24 of February this year has been how united and cohesive the political West has been. And there are no cracks, in that unity yet. And I'm very confident that actually we will stay united on the most crucial issues in defense and security vis-à-vis Russia and the war in Ukraine. Of course, to some of you, what Turkey and Hungary have sometimes been saying might be slightly irritating, but actually, if you think about it, neither of these two countries have blocked anything in NATO and the European Union, anything of substance when it comes to our efficient reaction to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. So I wouldn't say that this is a big challenge. The unity of the West is holding.
I can only agree with what Jan said. We also need to be able to distinguish between this political level and what is done on the military level, and on the military level all those necessary changes, adaptation of NATO, strengthening of defense and deterrence policy is going on, and nobody is trying to block it. At least after the Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, the peculiar, what from the perspective of different countries could be seen as a peculiar policy towards Russia, with Turkey, for example, it brings some advantages because Turkey, for example, played a crucial role in negotiations over this grain deal, the export of grain from Ukraine to the world markets, so sometimes it is also helpful. I can also see an interesting question regarding the climate change. We have to, and the role of NATO, we have to remember that NATO is political military alliance. First of all, it is a military alliance, but military reality cannot live in a total separation from political reality. We have to understand that people expect that also NATO will do its part as far as climate change, fighting and the effects of climate change is concerned. And to make long story short, it is about demonstrating to the public opinion that NATO is doing its part. It tries to increase the efficiency of certain structures, not necessarily tanks or aircraft that they will be using solar powers and become less efficient by doing so. But the buildings of our ministries of defense or the barracks, they can be more definitely environmentally friendly, and this is the direction that NATO tries to take.
So just only that you know the question that is there, NATO perceives climate change as a security issue, threat multiplier, and plans to be more environmentally friendly. How can we adjust our defense strategy to it? That was the question. And I'll probably just get back to the study where we aim to find how a modern army should look like that is able to face new reality. So it's connected with the questions about the innovation, space operations, cyber and so on. How should the new modern army look like?
I've already mentioned a few things which will pertain to modern militaries. Military tenants As we can see in even current conflicts and how we are envisioning the warfare in the future, those tenets still apply and are still valid. We have to distinguish between the terms like military readiness, military preparation, or combat value. Combat value is the term which I've been trying to promote for some time already, and now people seem to be listening. Because it's not only about the numbers, it's not only about the amount of equipment which you can deploy on the battlefield, it is all about the effectiveness, it is about the effect which you are deploying to the battlefield. So I am strong supporter of technology-based militaries. And if you want to deploy real capability, combat value, then you have to be able to perform two forms of maneuver. Maneuver by movement, you can say mobility, maneuverability, and maneuver by fire. In today's world, better to use maneuver by effect, because you can deploy not only the projectile, but also cyber strike. You can use various forms of ways how you deploy your effects on the battlefield. So those two forms of maneuvers, and we have to ask ourselves whether combat value of our forces is underpinned with those two prime capabilities which you have to have. If I look at the capability targets of NATO, you know it under this generic term, our commitments to NATO, they are all related to combat value. I know that time is short. So basically, modern military, truly modern military, is based on new technologies, but at the same time, those legacy systems which we have to be upgraded and integrated, fully integrated into the future battlefield. Look what kind of equipment is now fighting in Ukraine, and if we had more time, I would be able to describe it and explain it more technically how it works.
There will be a great chance to do that with those interested, because after this panel we have a lunch break. So what a better topic than an offer to go more into technical details. Thank you. Wojciech, modern army, and also the study says that we should do the critical changes within 5 years, which is quite challenging.
Yes, I wanted to congratulate Daniel on this very good paper. It's really a good read. Emerging and disruptive technologies and space, and they are absolutely fundamental. We can see what Jan mentioned, referred to, that we gather very important lessons from the war in Ukraine. And in one aspect, we can see that it is a very traditional war. You need to have mass, you need to have a firepower, you need to have resources, you need to be able to do the maneuver warfare, to outmaneuver the enemy, but at the same time, you can see with the HIMARS, everybody heard about HIMARS systems. The Ukrainians have around 20, more than 20 of them, and how capable they are of their usage with the precision strike capability at the distance of some 70 kilometers. They are able to disrupt the whole logistics of Russia, and Russia is on the defensive just because of this. To a large extent. At the same time, of course, if you have the technological edge over your rival, and you can rely on the space technologies, space systems that enable you to better perform on the battlefield, it again increases the risk for your military, increases the risk for the civilian population. You are more efficient. And this is the solution for the Western countries. And throughout the Cold War, this was the Western strategy, actually, that you were able to maintain your military potential on the minimum credible level. So, you know, the Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact could produce thousands and thousands of tanks and howitzers, but NATO was able to maintain a technological edge, and they were not necessarily, of course, there was always this pressure from the experts and public opinion, oh, they have 50,000 tanks and we have only 30,000, wow, you know, we will lose. But we, the West knew, the experts knew that actually if it came to a direct confrontation, this technological superiority probably would be decisive on the battlefield. And this is where we also try to go in NATO and in Poland. In certain areas we will need numbers, but in other areas we can rely on technological superiority and space systems to improve our efficiency, so we don't need to go into this cycle of arms race in numerical terms.
Not only quantity, but also quality counts, yes. Jan?
Okay, I have two brief points to conclude. First of them is sustainability of forces, and this has been mentioned a couple of times already here. We see that high-intensity modern warfare will not be over in a few days. It can actually take months or even, unfortunately, years. So we will need to do everything actually to make sure that actually we can sustain our forces in a NATO, possibly a NATO-led collective defense operation. And my second point is, and this will be one of the key leading principles of the Czech National Strategic Review I actually spoke about at the beginning, which we are going to conduct in the coming months. And that principle is the whole of government and the whole of society approach to defense. And I think this is extremely important because over the past 30 years, many people in this country and elsewhere in Europe actually learned to believe that defense is something that is only up to the ministries of defense and up to the armed forces, which is of course not the case. Defending the country is something for which the whole government, all the ministries and governmental departments, and the whole society are responsible for. So it will be one of the actually biggest challenges of this National Strategic Review, how to explain and convince not just the other ministries, such as the Ministry of Transportation and Healthcare and Finance, that actually defense is their task as well, but how to actually explain to the general population that, okay, you all are responsible for defense. So this means that actually we will need to employ some really clever and devious methods of strategic communication to explain this principle to our general population. Thank you.
Yeah, very important point of communication, but very, very shortly.
Just briefly, because speaking about whole of government approach, it's very important, because talking only about military is not enough. In today's security environment, we have to talk about security system of the state. And the whole government approach is the mechanism how to build the state security system to the level of our needs and our vision of or how we are envisioning the security environment as such. And now look how it is moving in the cycles. You know, whole of government approach and talking about a state security system. It was a very popular topic 15 years ago. All the conferences were full of it, not only at national level, but also internationally. And I was attending one in Helsinki in 2008, writing a lot about that. And then slowly it evaporated, and only current situational current situation in the security environment and this negative trend forced us to actually go back and reinvigorate this discussion and this system again. And by the way, speaking about the Czech Republic, crisis management integrated security system is institutionalized, but state security system is not. And the proposal of having such a national act about state security system was proposed in 2011, was actually even written, but never adopted. Perhaps it's time to reconsider it.
So it's a call for moving forward. And as I've already said, the study says we should move forward quickly as it's necessary to do something within the first 5 years right now. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Jan Jireš, Wojciech Lorenz, and General Jaromír Zuna. Thank you. Thank you all also for your questions. I know we didn't manage to answer all of them, but I'm pretty sure we kind of touched on what was asked there. And now it's time for lunch, so probably a more detailed discussion about the topic, or you can already prepare for the topic that will come next, which will be the effectiveness of the Czech civil service. So we'll meet back here at 1 p.m., but please be precise so that we then don't miss the time for the discussion afterwards. Thank you and bon appétit. Krásné odpoledne, dámy a pánové, vítám vás zpátky.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our annual conference organized by the Aspen Institute Central Europe, the shape of Central Europe. We have definitely not been bored during the last years. Ukraine crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, wildfires in the Czech, Switzerland National Natural Reserve and others. We could see these as opportunities to check how ready we are and how flexible we are, how flexible the civil service is. I will let you judge yourselves how successful we have been, and we will be talking about what an ideal reaction should look like, or rather how the private and the public sector should respond. We discussed about the delivery units and about the ability to create these in order to join particular experts who would be able to solve these issues and challenges. Last year we talked about this. Dan Svoboda, who is an executive partner of McKinsey & Company, Czech Republic and Slovakia, will remind which main principles of efficient operations of civil service are, and he will also suggest some other feasible solutions.
V posledních 3 letech jsme si otestovali své schopnosti řešit nečekané a složité krizové situace. Od pandemie přes ruskou agresi vůči Ukrajině až po energetickou krizi. Nároky na schopnost veřejné správy rychle a efektivně vyřešit komplexní výzvy stoupají. V loňské studii jsme představili 5 pilířů efektivní státní správy. Za prvé, důraz na výsledky a jejich měření. Za druhé, pružnost organizace. Za třetí, získávání a rozvoj nejschopnějších lidí. Za čtvrté, digitalizace a rozhodování na základě dat. A za páté, systematický přístup k řízení změn. Letos na základě mezinárodních i českých zkušeností přinášíme inspiraci pro praktické kroky, které posílí stávající řešení krizí a tím i schopnost veřejné správy řešit složité výzvy. Okamžitý přínos by mělo například vytvoření takzvaného nervového centra, které rychle reaguje na krize, na základě analýz dat navrhuje řešení a propojuje rezorty při realizaci přijatých opatření či politik.
Česká republika potřebuje státní správu, která je digitalizovaná, to znamená má automatizované vnitřní procesy, je participativní, to znamená na hledání optimálních řešení spolupracuje s experty i z jiných sektorů a je evidence-based, to znamená účelně pracuje s daty, které po různu sbírá. Nová pravidla musí zajistit flexibilitu a neutralitu. Flexibilita znamená, že státní správa bude schopna rychle a adekvátně reagovat na měnící se podmínky. To znamená rychle najímat, adekvátně hodnotit, odměňovat, udržovat kvalitní zaměstnance a současně se tyhle personální procesy nebudou dít na politickou objednávku. Teprve ve chvíli, kdy státní správa bude flexibilní a neutrální, bude důvěryhodným partnerem pro politiky a prestižním zaměstnavatelem a teprve poté bude schopna efektivně reagovat na výzvy 21. století.
Státní správa podléhá politickému zadání, takže tím prvním krokem by mělo být skutečně politické zadání, že je potřeba efektivitu státní správy řešit. A to mám pocit, že v tuhle chvíli vlastně neexistuje. A další věc je, že státní správa není efektivní především kvůli složité legislativě a mnoha procesům, které musí pokrývat. Takže taková legislativní analýza a zjednodušení toho právního rámce by byl druhý krok. A pak by bylo fajn začít využívat všechny technologie, digitalizace a informační systémy, především ty, které už státní správa v tuto chvíli má, ale nedokáže se dobře dohodnout na jejich využití a nedokáže zajistit ani správné vstupy.
Efektivita jakékoliv organizace závisí primárně na kvalitě lidí, kteří v této organizaci působí a na jejich kultuře. Co tedy potřebujeme je to, aby ve státní správě pracovali ti nejlepší z nás a aby se budili a usínali s tím, aby se nám v Čechách žilo co nejlépe. K tomu potřebujeme především investice. Investice za prvé do atraktivity státní správy, tak abychom tam dokázali ty nejlepší přilákat, a za druhé investice do změny kultury, tak aby tam vydrželi.
V naší studii se dočtete, jak nervové centrum funguje, co potřebuje pro svou práci a jaké výzvy umí vyřešit. Uvádíme i praktické inspirace pro posílení dalších pilířů efektivní veřejné správy. Letošní nápor uprchlíků jsme v České republice zvládli obstojně. Pojďme využít poznatky nabité v krizích a udělat další krok na cestě transformace efektivity české veřejné správy.
Témata, která probereme.
The topics will be discussed with these panelists, Jana Vohralíková, who is the Secretary General of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. Then we have here Lieutenant General Vladimír Viček, General Director of Fire Rescue Services of the Czech Republic, Vít Rakušan, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior of the Government of the Czech Republic, Josef Karlický, Director of Reconstruction of the State, and then we have here Michal Černá, who is the expert partner at McKinsey Company. Yes, Minister, pour yourself some water. You will be the first one to get the microphone. What do you say in relation to the suggestions that were mentioned here? There's a lot for you to do, so I believe that this is a great opportunity to see what the civil service is capable of. What's your stance on this? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an interesting topic, and I'm already familiar with the topic, not just because our people worked on the analysis, but because we had several meetings on the topic and we worked with these people trying to solve the Ukrainian migration crisis efficiently in the Czech Republic. I believe that this is already a nice piece of evidence that the civil service is open, and I think that we can manage these crises. I believe that the definition of the 5 pillars is very useful. We agree on some of them, and some activities which I will shortly present have been completed in this year. We have talked about crisis management and about our responsiveness to crisis, and it must be said that no crisis is alike. There are small and big crises, so the civil service must not be separate from what's happening, and the crisis management must be an integral part of the solution. There may be a dedicated team, but it also must be an integral part of decision-making of the government. Since the 1st of November, we have here a new deputy minister of the Interior for the civil service. You have a background in education. How has your first month in the office been so far, and what did you bring from your previous experience? Good morning or afternoon. This was one of the reasons why I applied for this position. The recommendations we have on the table are very good, and they deserve being followed. But like it's already been mentioned in the opening video, one of the ways, in my opinion, are to go through educating the current civil servants and to prepare the future by improving soft skills. This is what was mentioned several times in the opening video, and it could be one of the ways how to improve flexibility and the employees' readiness to deal with crisis situations. For instance, the influx of migrants from Ukraine coming to the Czech Republic. It would be nice if civil servants were also perceived in a better way. This would be good for them to be more motivated, and it would make them deliver better at their job. A specific example, last year the government approved a piece of legislation which grants a better openness of civil service, which may result in new people coming. This would be beneficial for civil service. It could be a great incentive to bring new people on. The Lieutenant General seems to second this. You are the head of Fire Rescue Service, but you also were one of the key people who took part in the key strategic group when dealing with the migration crisis, and then there were the Hřensko wildfires. How hard was it for you? Did you have to sit on two chairs at the same time? Please describe. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. I may start with what the Deputy Minister concluded his short speech. A leitmotif of all the discussions is that civil servants are something that is inefficient, that is useless, but this is not the case. To answer to your question, I believe the situation is slightly more complicated, but everything that was presented in the opening video shows that the environment of the Ministry of the Interior and of other departments too was focusing on the resolution of the migration crisis. We have, I don't know how many, maybe 10 departments at the ministry, and at the beginning I was quite divided. I was not sure whether this would work out or not, but then finally it turned out in a way that was completely unexpected, because should there be no crisis, we would probably not change our strategic approach. It was much needed, and people were maybe just asking for a general to come and to tell everybody what to do and that this would work. But no, everything needs to be connected. There are other challenges, parallel challenges, and we also need to tackle them. During the summertime, the refugee crisis stabilized a little bit, but there were other things to tackle. So we need to be ready to deal with several challenges at the same time. Michal Čermák is another person who participated in the management of the migration crisis. Could the response have been more flexible or faster, maybe? Thank you for the question. Yes, like you just said, we took part in the solution. It was very swift at the first weeks and months, the registration of refugees and also the accommodation, and then we moved on to the midterm solution, where it started to be more difficult with the migration policy and so on. So like you heard in the video, the center is a pilot project for us. Some of the elements were mentioned. Like it was said, we need a courageous leader who is not afraid to speak openly. Yes, but how many people like this we have? How many generals we have? Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be a general. It can be anybody. It can be people from business, somebody who's in their pre-retirement age, somebody who is just bold and courageous and who has a clear mission. Ministries brought their competent deputy ministers. They did the job, and then we started to work quickly. Negotiation and implementation. This is the way it was done, and ministries and also the government started to approve measures very swiftly. What we were lacking at the beginning is the data, be it from the regions or from communities or from municipalities with extended powers. Furthermore, we needed project managers and also IT people who would be able to process the data and to present it. And also another thing, cost-benefit analysis. This is something the group needed to take some time to fully grasp, and they were learning by doing. You mentioned municipalities with extended powers. There are 206 of them in Czechia. This is something that we will mention several times during this panel session. Our next speaker, Jana Vohraníková, who is the Secretary General of the Senate. You have different backgrounds, non-profit, civil service, and others. So would the delivery unit be a solution? What do you think would be a good way to deal with these unexpected situations? Hello, I believe that the efficiency of civil service is not only about the crisis management. Yes, indeed, unfortunately, there was a series of crises, but I believe that this is what brought the momentum and what started the change. Because since the Velvet Revolution in '89, all ministries were working independently. Everybody was doing what they wanted to do, and I believe this turned out to be a state within a state. So the civil service is inefficient and is separate from the citizens and from the rest. When I was watching the video, I imagined I am playing this for my teams, and I believe that they would stare at me because they would say it's nothing they know from their everyday life. Dana Berova, who is a former minister, said that we need to start at the politicians. Politicians must say what they want, and then all the legislation needs to be reviewed, and this is a revolving door. There is no way for us to escape from this. We need to set up efficient management systems. That is true. And I would like to add that unless we start interconnecting these two independent, separate worlds, and it will not be possible to get rid of all the old civil servants. If we don't find a link between these two worlds, the old one and the new one, we will not be able to change anything. We cannot tell the old civil servants to do it in a new way and tell the new civil servants to try to understand the old way of working. It would not be possible. You elaborated Dana Berova's comment on inefficiency and lack of willingness to tackle these problems. I would like to ask Josef Karlický for his outsider's perspective, who is representing here the initiative Reconstruction of the State. What's your stance on this? I think it must be said that the recent crises have shown how important it is. During the COVID crisis, we saw that the state as a structure is incapable of responding. And we were not able to harness the existing structures. We were limited. We didn't have the teams that could operate. Digitalization was inefficient. We could not share information in an efficient way. We also couldn't interpret the available data because the corpus we had was not sufficient. I think these are all the shortcomings that penetrated the pre-election environment, and we could also see on the programs of the individual political parties who presented themselves at the elections. Digitalization was an important theme. This is what we also saw in the program declaration of the government. So I would say, and this is my outsider's perspective, that there is a willingness to work with these issues, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. In the Czech Republic, we haven't completed yet successfully the digitalization. We have had the Act on Civil Service, which is subject to amendment, but I think one of the main challenges for the current government is to make of this #1 priority, because all the problems we need to tackle immediately are more burning than the problems that are along the way that are coming in the future. Digitalization, digital agencies, and so on. This is something that is necessary. We also need a more comprehensive act on civil service, and then we need to provide enough room for the government to build this environment based on data. During the little time we have, there is a lot to do. I'm very happy about your positive approach. I think it's always nice to appreciate things that are working out. My next question will be for the minister. You can also ask questions on Slido. Just remember, use the hashtag #AspenAnnual. Minister, is there anybody who dares to say we need to change this and that? We have known with the host, and I promised I would not speak too much. Yes, this is what we agreed on. Yes, but I would have things to add or to elaborate on everything that's been said by our panelists. Like it's been said, there has been the program declaration, and I believe that the changes are visible. The government has been here for a year already without promoting the current government. Let's have a look at the way in which the COVID crisis and the Ukraine crisis were managed. This was not done thanks to the individual politicians, no. Because during the Ukraine crisis, we respected the main principles of crisis management. We didn't create new structures who would be just duplicit, who would be doing the same thing several times. No, we believe that even though some structures are obsolete, they are existing, they are operational, and they know what needs to be done and who is able to tell and advise the government. So this central crisis management unit invited experts from the outside, and this showed to be an efficient way to work in the future. Clear crisis management and a respect of its principles. Simply said, this can be translated into short checklists for city and town mayors. That means that they will know that they have a short checklist in the drawer, and there is written what needs to be done in case of floods, wildfires, pandemic, all sorts of crises, you name it. And this is what is in progress, right? Yes. So our task number one is to simplify the crisis management and at the same time let people from the outside take care of the data, to process it, and to do what the state apparatus is not capable of doing. All is connected. We don't have a strategic communication. We cannot communicate with the public. We are establishing the basis for this, but this is a deficiency from the previous years. Yes, indeed, the Civil Service Act that was approved yesterday is not perfect, but it's a first initiative. After a year at power, we have this, and now we allow people join civil service. There is just one round of interviews, and this way we can bring people who would never pass the interviews. So this is a good thing, but this is just a first step towards a complex amendment and remodeling of the whole structure. I believe that both in crisis management and civil service there are results that are tangible. You would like to respond, and then my next question will go to Josef and to Michal. Do you think that the change of the act can bring benefits? Does it mean that we can bring experts to civil service?
Let me follow up on Minister Rakušan. He was speaking about the strategic level. But I think it was very well visible in the individual ministries, which are, of course, tied to the strategic level. It was all tied to the agility and the so-called nerve centers, and also NGOs and the resources that we need to meet a goal. We are quite proud that McKinsey used data from the Ministry of Education as regards, for example, the inclusion of Ukrainian children in Czech schools. And those are very specific results over that given period of time. A great benefit is that we do cooperate with NGOs as well as companies like McKinsey. It really refreshes the data that our workers work with, and it allows them to learn. At the same time, it allows them to see that they are competitive as regards providing relevant data for managing a crisis. In this particular case, it was the educational crisis related to the refugee influx. And as regards an amendment to the Civil Service Act, I welcome the openness of civil service to more people, more applicants. And of course, we want to continue the modernization of civil service through the big amendment, novelization. I agree. It's very important. You know, when the Civil Service Act was adopted, I was very disappointed to see that civil service was actually not open to people who were not part of it before. So I welcome the change. But of course, everybody must be willing to provide vacancies, you know, because you can have one-round interviews, you can open up all the way you want, but you also need to look at vacancies and the pay that these workers receive. Okay, more reactions, please. As regards the freshly adopted Civil Service Act, I would like to say three things. First, what's positive? The government will probably have it easier to hire more people that it needs. It will help many ministries. You know, a ministry will be able to have 4 to 5 political deputies and really manage its agenda. But on the other hand, yes, this is what Ms. Vora-Halíková said, this is just the first step. You really need to work on a comprehensive new Civil Service Act, which will enable much more flexible work with wages, much more flexible setting up of wages. And there's one negative point I'd like to mention. The speed at which the amendment was adopted didn't allow really for a larger public participation, a wider public debate. So, of course, it was not as understood as it could have, and it was criticized. I agree, but you have to understand political reality. Who here has been in politics, be it at the local level, regional level, or national level, knows that what you don't manage in the first 2 years of your 4-year mandate will never happen. And we knew that we needed the small amendment, so to speak, to open the path towards the big amendment. It was something that we needed to push through while the coalition was very strong right at the beginning of the mandate. Yes, it was a bit too fast, but it was needed to kickstart a debate which is right now starting and which we would like to wrap up before the end of our mandate. Another thing, we do not just stick to what the legislation says. You know, we said, let's have a comprehensive review of our agenda. This is something that is done very regularly in business, but not in civil service. You know, in civil service, sometimes you hire more and more people, without actually needing them. And this review will say not that this particular person should leave, but that this particular department or unit is too big and doesn't have to be that big. So it will enable us to make civil service lean where appropriate and let some people go where they're not needed. At the same time, it will allow us to focus on what the ministry really has to do. And the state must define that. What are the key things that it has to focus on so that it's actually beneficial for the people? So we want to do this review of civil service agendas very fast and have it as an example for all the areas of civil service, because until you do this review, it's all just theoretical, and the state must know what its responsibilities are. I think that these two things are complementary. It takes some time to change the Civil Service Act and the entire environment. And at the same time, working on those challenges will force civil servants to ask themselves to ask for a change. We realize that social benefits for Ukrainians, for example, can only be done digitally because otherwise it wouldn't be possible, which is a bit of a paradox because Czech social benefits are not digitalized at all. But it showed the way, right? And of course, it would be great if we managed to open other topics than just critical topics such as a flood, a fire, or a refugee wave. It would be great if we could look at issues like improving qualifications, the climate change, etc. Yes, but here the main impression is that you just add more civil servants if you do that. Well, you first here have to define your target, then you take a look around the ministry, pick the people who are suitable for that target. You can work with some people externally. Sometimes you have to create new jobs, that's right. But at the same time, over time, you learn how to do things fast and efficiently. And then you will see which people are not needed and which jobs were not exactly necessary for meeting that target. So I think the top-down and bottom-up meet each other. There are many, many questions from the audience. I'll try to go through them. What are the 3 key measures that will make civil service more efficient and more helpful to you as the top people in civil service, such as the general here? General, what would you have needed in the situation in which you were? Well, to comment on the opening video, flexibility and dynamism are needed. That's not clearly here all the time. Sometimes we are siloed in our ministries, and I suggest that we really employ a bird's eye view when looking at these things. Then the measurability of results, having some data, because until recently all the ministries just kept their data to themselves. And what we have been missing is a cross-section of the data, looking at it from a more general point of view. And very often you realize that 2 ministries are working with exactly the same data set, and they don't realize it. Next, what you also need is the creation of ad hoc teams sometimes. During the Ukrainian refugee crisis, Aspen, McKinsey, and others came to the table And they were able to dedicate people to devote their time to this 100%. For me, it was amazing. Until then, I had no experience with the private sector in this way, and I felt that that really was the PPP, the public-private partnership, not just business-wise, but in public administration. I'm a fire rescue person. Some people say that my vision is blue. And sometimes I need to be kicked in the ankle and told, hey, we can do things differently here. So it was a big challenge and a big lesson at the same time. I totally agree with you, Ms. Vorahlíková. Public service is not just crisis management, but your lessons learned during the crises have to be applied in the day-to-day running of civil service. And don't just talk about national government, you also have to speak about local government. Yes, we have around 60,000 elected officials in this country, which is a very high number, so let's not forget all of those. So let's look at those 3 points. Minister Rakušan, I know you have to run away very fast, so I'll try to ask this question. What are the key lessons learned from the war in Ukraine that we should use for the reform of civil service? Okay, the 3 most important lessons that we need to apply in practice. First, we need high-quality data for decision-making. The government must have an analytical team. This is very, very hard to discuss. And what surprised me the most as minister was the quality of my civil servants at the Ministry of the Interior and the absence of any executives at the government office. And this is not a criticism of particular people employed by the government office, but during the previous 8 years, a group that would look at interministerial issues and links was destroyed at the government office. But you need this task force at the government office. So that's 1. 2, a detailed revision of the agendas at each ministry so that we know what citizens expect from the state and what the state is able to deliver or is not. And 3rd, digitalization of all processes. If we fail at digitalization and simplification so that the state is not a burden for people. I was a mayor for 9 years, yeah? And everything you think about at the local level, all you think about all day is how to make people's lives better, how to make them simpler. This is what you think about all day, every day as a mayor. And the higher you climb to the ministerial level, to the national level, the more you lose this habit, this way of thinking, and you just get lost in the processes. But come on, it's still here. Everything we do must be beneficial for the people, because this is the only way to make the state trustworthy. The state must follow the latest trends. And it is not just the latest generation, the youngest generation, that no longer has the patience to spend their time in lines at offices and post offices and I don't know where. If you're not able to deliver this product, so to speak, to their people and their digital devices, then the lack of trust in government will only go deeper. And this is the lesson from the crisis. People in the Czech Republic are willing to help. They are willing to show solidarity. Absolutely. We would never have been able to do this without external workers, and we would never have been able to do this if people were not ready to accommodate Ukrainians in their homes. And for a short while, there was this brief harmony between what the state needs and what the people want. So let's take this as a lesson for the future. You have not mentioned communication. There are several questions about communication. So how is crisis communications changing? And there's also a question about CRIT, which is an acronym for your crisis reaction and communication team. Yes, there are several levels that have not been before. First, we have a government commissioner for misinformation and another commissioner to shape strategic communication. And then individual ministries will have communication groups or platforms that will be able to send out strategic information, publish it when necessary. And especially, when the times are rough, when there is some sort of crisis threatening our internal security. We have this group at the Ministry of the Interior, Ministry of Defense, so there are groups like that already. The basic communication network is already starting to be created. The state has some communication campaigns, has had a couple recently. We analyzed the situation as regards our fight with misinformation, and we realized that we are naked, so to speak. We really need to learn. So, yes, let's learn outside of civil service as such. Let's take inspiration elsewhere. My next question is for Michal or Jana. How does it work in the private sector or abroad? How can we reset these teams efficiently? How can we do better than just have siloed teams at each ministry that do not communicate with each other?
We saw that a combination of performance for regular activities is necessary. So we need full staff and also efficiency. And then we need teams that are working with the transformation or with the changes that are undergoing. We saw that the general director was able to quickly create these teams, to mandate them for a specific period of time, and to define a clear target. This is what the team needs to operate, and they are quite independent. They bring their own ideas and suggestions, and that's what's needed to simplify processes in a civil service. The strategic teams would always hold the meetings in the afternoon. They would spend the evening there. Deputy ministers kept it under their authority because there was nobody to delegate this to. This is how they spent 3 months. They devoted all time and energy to this, and once we had this background or the structure, the people could work and then they could get back to their regular jobs. So this would accelerate significantly, and it could also simplify the dissolution of the ad hoc teams. Jana and then Minister. Yes, I agree, but we need to talk about the normal situation, not about just crisis management, because we need an unlighted leader who says, okay, this is the crisis now, let's not talk about digitalization, but let's have a look at what we can do. And these leaders need to motivate the civil servants so they understand what's required from them and what they are asked to do. What will be your ambition, Minister, in the future to improve or change? What's your takeaway? My takeaway, and it's been a year because we have been talking about this, is that we must not be siloed. We must not have this tunneled vision. We need to be open to criticism coming from the outside. Sometimes it's smashing, but sometimes it pushes you forward. We need to complete this revision of activities and workload at the individual departments. Number 2, new act on civil service that will be prepared in cooperation with academia and also with people outside the civil service. And number 3, and this was one of my engagements, my pledges, crisis management legislation. We need one. It may not have been understood clearly. I'm not saying that crisis management and civil service are two sides of the same coin, but there needs to be a clear connection because we don't want these two things be siloed. We need to have these crisis scenarios for the local level, but we also need a clear definition of processes that are initiated at other ministries, which at the first glance are not in charge of crisis management. So this is one of our pledges to have this done by the end of our term of office. Thank you. And why do you need to leave us now? I need to rush to a meeting of the government. I'm on my phone, so I'm sorry, but somebody's just informed me that we don't have the quorum at that specific meeting, so I just had to send a quick text. We are talking about the systemization. This is what you can also read in the media, but we are at minus 870 people in civil service. So there is a reduction, not a raise in terms of civil servant number. It's also been discussed in the media that there will be deputy ministers, unlimited number of them, but we want to cap this at 3. But at the same time, the ministers are in charge of organizing their teams, and until now they were doing it illegally. They had to fire the people, and they brought people they liked working with. Now we can allow ministers to create their own teams, and this is what is a very common thing at the European level. Very often deputy ministers represent or are substitutes of their ministers. These people are real-life politicians. They have all the knowledge. They are not just civil servants. Thank you very much. You're dismissed. Thank you very much. Once again, I will let you leave discreetly. We need to move on because the time is against us. What are 3 main measures that Mr. Fritsch wants to implement in order to optimize civil service? Very briefly, remuneration needs to be changed. The current system is not flexible enough. It's old-fashioned. There are some rules, I understand this, but there are many reasons to update it. For people, it may seem demotivational. It is not performance-oriented, and this is a very burning topic. Things have been done. There is a work group dedicated to the issue, and it's something that applies to the civil service as a whole. Another thing I have learned from my younger co-workers is that we need to make civil service more attractive. Of course, it sounds nice and pompous to say I am working for this and that institution, but very often when you meet your friends as a civil servant, you spend a lot of time listening to other people's complaints, what is not working nicely, what is wrong about the civil service. So one of the things that the Chancellor has mentioned here, we need to motivate people, we need to modernize our institutions that would attract new workers. We must make it attractive not just to young people, but also to the current employees, to give them a new impulse. The change is inevitable. It needs to be done. I believe that if we succeed this, we can improve this significantly. Another thing that's been mentioned here is the red tape. Very often it's disconnected from the outer world, and we need more flexibility and more cooperation between individual institutions. Then we can also create new possibilities of internships and other inputs for the individuals so they can grow professionally. These would be very specific things that I would like to see implemented. Josef, you seem to agree. Would you like to elaborate on this? Yes, the idea is to bring the best of the best, but without a significant amendment of the legislation will not be possible, because we need to also offer them a nice salary. We need to accelerate to complete this during the current term of office of the politicians, but in order for the legislation to be operational and to be functional for the upcoming years, so they can be implemented and we can start working with them, we must have it done so that the next government does not come and just start to destabilize the whole thing again and start from the top. So which pace is necessary in order to complete it within the next 2 years? Another question is expertise from the natural opponents, from SPD and ANO, from these two political parties. We have the time horizon. So the first question has been answered. The second one is for us to see by the end of the second quarter of the upcoming year is to have this done, so it will be tabled. And then the expertise or the participation of experts. This is crucial. I would like to follow up on the previous period. Please be very brief. Yes. So we will try to provide as many information as possible from the very beginning. I really liked when you mentioned that people need a new momentum to feel prestigious, so they are motivated to work for the civil service. How do you perceive the people who were recruited, who joined your teams? How do you assess their motivation or their willingness to help? And also, what do you think about what was done in the context of the Ukraine crisis? Did you have people you can rely on, or people who could work with you, who could take the reins from you? I would draw a parallel here with a mission. Let's imagine you're sent on a mission. I was, for example, in Japan after an earthquake with a team of 16. You meet your coworkers at the airport for the first time, and then there's a 20-hour flight. And you know that at the end of the flight or after the flight, you need to be there and working for a month or for several weeks. So you need to create a team spirit for the the team to be operational. So sometimes certain things need to be experienced, sometimes it's lighter, sometimes it's harder, sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. This is one of the things that are necessary. As for the transition or knowledge transfer, it's not working out for now. So some things are obvious. If it's a crisis situation, it's obvious that we will have rescuers and firefighters in the crisis committee. But if we talk about other follow-up problems, you cannot have firefighters taking care of that. Obviously, I will be very happy to learn more about new areas, but I still have a lot on my plate, and we don't want people picking what they want or don't want doing based on how many people they have in their teams. This is not desirable. In the Czech Republic, we need somebody flexible who would be able to do this. And for the time being, we don't have people like this. We can work on creating positions like this, but it's difficult, to be honest. Another follow-up question, Michal Čermák, maybe. The Ukraine crisis, at what extent did it depend on the system or on the performance of individuals? So the nerve center is a quick solution that's done at the beginning. So it's a solution to bypass the existing structure, which is not flexible enough. It would take months to start working. So in order to initiate the activities, the role of the leaders was indispensable. So otherwise it would have been much more slower and time-consuming. So we need this to be connected on the decision makers at the ministerial level. Some people were not willing to change things. And here it was a combination of several things. Strong leaders, young ones and the existing ones. And it's all about the system setup and a combination of what it was, because we had here ministers supporting the changes. We have 30 seconds per panelist. So before the final conclusion, I would like to ask you to wrap this up and to state what each of you can do in order to move forward and to make the civil service more efficient. Who wants to start? Michal, maybe. Yes, I'll be happy to start. I think public service partnership is a way to go. It's a way of cooperation that needs to be promoted, because cooperation between the government and the public sector is desirable, and I will try to help this move forward towards a better transformation. Thank you, Jindřich Frič. One of my goals is to improve the perception of civil service. So this is what I would like to do, how I would like to present civil service and civil servants as such, as people who are competent, who are educated, and who want to help the government be more efficient. Józef Karlický. Our main goal is to help the government to harness the experience from the NGO sector and to implement it into their activities. We will try to bring more expertise agreement into the discussion on the Civil Service Act amendments. We are moving in cycles of public procurement contracts, and we will also try to create analytical teams that would help to facilitate the legislation amendment approval process. Vladimír Vlček. I will try to simplify this. Number one is to learn from our previous experience, so lessons learned. Number two, cooperation. It is unacceptable to have ministries, be it the Ministry of Defense or of the Interior, not working with the firefighters, for example, or with other institutions. No. There also needs to be a good and close cooperation with the public sector. And number three, the people. Without the people, there is nothing we can do. Let's work with people who are better than us, so it makes us grow, so it's stimulating, and this is what's necessary. This is what needs to be paid. Thank you. Last but not least, Jana Vahraníková. I would like to follow up on what's been said by the general, because it's amazing. I worked at the Senate for 3 years, and I don't mean this as a criticism of the civil servants. When I came there for the first time, somebody told me in the corridor, you must not walk so fast. It creates airstreams in the corridor. And I was laughing. But then I was told that the person was being serious. And that's how I understood that if I work at the pace that I was used to from the business, I would lose the people behind. Now, one half of my cabinet are junior officers, and the other half are people from the previous time, and it works. You need to create a good environment, you need to provide them with the guidance, and it works. And I believe that now it would work even if I were not there. So I'd like to keep doing what I am doing, the way in which I am doing it. And furthermore, I would like to moderate the environment. I don't want the state to be the big brother, because it's a stool with 3 legs. There is also the private sector and the public sector, and if they are outbalanced, everything will be working smoothly. Thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you to the minister, who is not with us anymore, who is probably at the seat of the government. Thank you very much, and remain at your seats. I will just say that we will have a 15-minute break. See you again at 2:15. We will be talking about the employment and labor market. See you in a bit. Thank you very much.
Krásné odpoledne, dámy a
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid you'll have to leave your coffee and desserts for now because we're continuing with the discussion on the future of the labor market. We looked at the labor market in the previous session as well because, of course, it is related to the effectiveness of the civil service. Now we'll be speaking not just about the civil service, because we all have to change and adapt. The times are fast and digitalized, and you never know from where the next big change will emerge. So we have to be more capable and more able to adapt to the new reality. Boston Consulting Group, together with Aspen Institute Central Europe, have created a model of the Czech labor market, which you can use to analyze various future scenarios. So the model helps us understand what awaits us at the end of the 2020s, who will be expendable and who will be needed, and what skills you need to not get lost on the 21st century labor market. So please take your seats, leave your coffees behind for now, and let's watch the opening video by Jiří Švejcar, partner and associate director from Boston Consulting Group.
Česká ekonomika dozná výrazných změn. Zavádění zelených zdrojů energie, zavádění cirkulární ekonomiky a pokračující přesun k terciárnímu sektoru je doplněn o výrazně stárnoucí populaci, ale na druhé straně také pokračující automatizaci, robotizaci a rozsáhlou digitalizaci. To všechno má velký dopad na budoucí trh práce. Dnes je 1 milion lidí v pozicích, kdy každý třetí z nich nenajde se svým vzdělanostním a dovednostním profilem uplatnění v roce 2030. To je velké množství lidí, které je třeba aktivně upskillovat na to, aby na tom trhu našli uplatnění. Zbývající přibližně 4 miliony lidí sice bude mít nadále pracovní pozice, ale i tam bude zapotřebí výrazně změnit způsob, kterým je vykonávají. Je to zejména díky pokračující digitalizaci. Dnes přibližně 50% lidí potřebuje aspoň základní úroveň digitálních dovedností, v budoucnu to bude více než 90%. Opět máme více než 2 miliony lidí, které je třeba upskillovat v jejich stávajících pozicích. A česká ekonomika je také přiškrcená. Dnes nám chybí přibližně 200 000 lidí na neobsazených pracovních pozicích. V roce 2030 to bude podobné číslo, ale v jiné struktuře. Nicméně pak to roste až na nějakých 400 000 neobsazených pracovních pozic v roku 2040. Musíme hledat zdroje, které jsou v zahraničí, jsou mezi lidmi v předdůchodovém a důchodovém věku a jsou mezi zejména matkami po rodičovské dovolené.
Ta první oblast je určitě podpora flexibility práce. A tato vláda už první krok udělala podporou a zvýhodněním částečných úvazků, nicméně v podpoře flexibility práce je nutné dále pokračovat. To je ten druhý krok, zejména vůči těm skupinám, které dlouhodobě jsou na trhu práce opomíjeny. Ať už to jsou lidé 55+, kteří jsou v mnoha oblastech velmi zkušenými odborníky, nicméně na tom trhu úplně ten prostor nemají pro své uplatnění. A další velkou skupinou, kterou opět potvrdila i tato studie, je skupina maminek po rodičovské dovolené a vůbec integrace žen po rodičovské dovolené. Tam samozřejmě druhou nezbytnou podmínkou, kromě podpory flexibility práce, je nabídka služeb, které souvisí s péčí o děti. Další oblast, která s tímto souvisí, je age management. To znamená opravdu podpora aktivního stáří, podpora a možnost pracovat i v důchodovém věku, tak jak to možnosti, schopnosti a zdraví lidem umožňují. Je to ve prospěch opět celé společnosti, ale i těch lidí samotných, z hlediska zabránění nějaké sociální izolace, z hlediska podpory jejich ekonomických podmínek a tak dále.
Téma budoucnosti pracovního trhu je jedním z nejdůležitějších témat, se kterými se musí Česká republika, Evropa a potažmo celý svět vyrovnat. Změny, které nás v této oblasti čekají, ať už jde o proměnu struktury pracovního trhu, stárnutí populace či nedostatek vhodné pracovní síly, nám nabízejí příležitosti, které můžeme anebo přímo musíme využít. A právě důraz na vzdělání, vzdělávání, celoživotní učení, moderně upskilling či reskilling, to jsou ty cesty, které musíme podpořit, tím podpořit konkurenceschopnost a zvýšení produktivity zaměstnavatelů a zamezit tomu, aby lidé, kteří pracují v profesích, o které už není takový zájem, aby o svou práci nepřišli.
Společnost Škoda Auto má v České republice přes 35 000 zaměstnanců. A právě v zaměstnancích se správnou sadou kompetencí a s správnou motivací je základ našeho úspěchu, základ úspěchu každé firmy. Transformace, kterou procházíme směrem k bezemisní mobilitě, klade obrovské nároky právě na změnu přemýšlení, na změnu kompetencí. My se snažíme o to, aby naši zaměstnanci měli ty znalosti a kompetence moderní, to znamená víc jak 22 000 zaměstnanců jsme třeba proškolili na téma elektromobilita. Stále častěji se setkáváme také s potřebou znalosti IT v různém stupni. Minulý rok jsme založili Institut Fortitude Prague, který bude do budoucna vychovávat na 150 IT profesionálů každý rok. Zajímavé na tom je, že člověk dnes již nemusí být IT profesionál nebo IT elektrotechnik. Řada pracovních pozic vyžaduje, aby měl od každého něco. Takže to vnímám jako ten největší challenge, tu největší výzvu budoucnosti a výzvu transformace v těch následujících letech.
Stále máme čas provést potřebné změny. Pokud to ale neuděláme, česká ekonomika bude zpomalená o přibližně 1,2% bodu růstu ročně. V roce 2030 to dělá 600 miliard korun HDP, což je přibližně 200 miliard korun příjmu veřejných rozpočtů. Pojďme s tím něco udělat.
Jak tedy začít, aby...
So how do we start so as not to be too slow and miss out on interesting opportunities? We have Tomáš Ervin Dobrovský here from LMC, Marian Jurečka, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Diana Rádl-Rogerová, Investor, Petr Šmín, Country Marketing Manager for Google, and Jiří Švejcar from BCG. Welcome. Please use Slido again. I will try to ask as many of your questions as possible, but I'll start with Minister Jurečka. You've heard the conclusions of the study. What do you say about those recommendations? How does the ministry work with the changing demands of companies? Good afternoon. I did see the video, and on top of that, in September, my colleagues from Aspen Institute sent me the study. I was able to read it before it was published. And the ministry actually participated in the creation of the study. So thank you very much for that collaboration. What are my takeaways? We are in the middle of an energy crisis, in the middle of climate change, and in the middle of demographic changes. That has an impact on not just the pension reform, but the labor market as a whole, of course. So we have to deal with that. And I believe we try to tackle everything I've just said, labor mobility, part-time jobs that should be changed for the better markedly since February, from starting in February. We want to give people individual educational accounts so that it's not just the responsibility of the company, the employer, to educate their people, but of each and every one of us. Because if we do not reskill and upskill, we will lose out as the country as a whole, because it will have an impact on GDP and on all the continuous budgets, the pension system, etc. We need to get going with this. Okay, you mentioned personal accountability. That's very important, that people themselves should have the desire to learn and grow and educate themselves. Which brings me to Mr. Erwin Dombrovský, who's a specialist on the labor market. The Czech Republic is behind when it comes to long-term employee education, so how to improve this? I would say that the public and private worlds are already connected, or the world of private companies and education is connected. Companies have been heavily investing in digitalization, the use of new tools, etc. So the volume of money used on education has been increasing. Despite the fact that we're in the middle of an energy crisis and other crises, companies know that education is key. On the other hand, this cannot be done without people's motivation, of course. Right now, 50% of employees have access to some form of development. And if they see that it can, for example, move them to a better role within the company, they want to do it, but there are other times when they are demotivated and do not really want to take part in education. As regards the labor market as a whole, you know, when you have job seekers who go to various digital academies or other retraining courses, they show us that they can learn almost anything, but they have a hard time finding a new job because there is a lot of prejudice, especially when you're middle-aged. When you're 50 years old and you've just been retrained, it is hard to find a job where you could put your new skills to use. So I think employers have to open up. Don't be afraid to hire these people and allow them to do this work. Now on to Diana Rádl-Rogerová, who's not only an investor but a former head of Deloitte in the Czech Republic. So what's the role of companies in this? The Czech Republic is behind when it comes to education, you know, lifelong education of companies and their employees. Maybe, of course, it's up to the employees themselves, but what can companies do? I think the reality is that we are not used to this. The employers have not created a sufficiently fast and flexible culture which would enable people to ask for things. You know, we still have these prejudices which are quite strong. So as employers, we are learning it too. You know, when the company is bad, you always need to start with management. So the management themselves have to be able to reskill, and then they can do it with the rest of their people. Tomáš said it very well. So it's not just about employers, but about education as such. You know, from the first moment you enter school, you should be told that the end of school is not the end of your education at all. And I don't think schools are ready for, you know, teaching people fast, because your skill set is useful for the next, I don't know, 5 years, and then it needs to change. That is why employers and business are so important, because only employers know which skill set is currently needed and how to prepare people for the current and future jobs. So It's a spiral. We all heard the data by BCG. And when you look at it, you know that today we're behind the digital skill set. We are 45th, 46th in the world, but it will be much worse. Soon we will be 70th. We will have 70 countries ahead of us when it comes to digital skill sets. Wow, let's change the education system as fast as possible. And this, for example, regards also maybe economic incentives for employers. That's another thing. So now our Google representative, Petr Schmid, what do you think? Hello. I think we should go back to the beginning of the corona pandemic. That was a wake-up call. At the beginning of the pandemic, when everything shut down, and all those businesses that had never dreamt of doing business online now had to start. We have an educational platform called Google Digital Garage, and it doubled the number of people who wanted to do the course. And we saw that many of those digital projects failed because people had no idea how a digital business can work. So do not start only when you really need it, when you're pressed. It's good to prepare in advance. It has been said here that many people will need to upskill their basic digital skills, but where we are really behind are more advanced digital skills, that those that you need to really develop value-added economy. It's not just about finding information and communicating online. It's about being able to create content. And this is where we're behind. And it's not just people 50 plus, it's people 35 plus. You know, those people will not go to university. They're past that, but they need to learn these skills to be productive over the next 30 years of their working lives. So let's, look at what's available on the market. There are many educational projects available, freely available, either commercial projects or NGOs. Google Digital Garage had 200,000 people take part. We have Czech, we have Prague AI. So let's look at that. Let's map it. It's not very well organized or structured for now, but there are many possibilities if you look. Yeah, if you look, you have to want to start looking. And now on to Jiří Švejcar, the author of the expert study. So is the problem really on the side of the people? Maybe, now we're just talking about energies, we're talking about the war. Maybe now is not the time for digitalization in the minds of many people, and they will keep postponing it. What's your explanation? Why are we behind? I am one of the authors. Thank you for the cooperation. The first thing is motivation, and 50% people do not want to get better. They do not want to learn. They don't want to upskill. So we're relatively behind that. Only 5% of people are currently educating themselves. The average in the EU is 11%, and in Scandinavia it's like 25 to 30% of the population currently enrolled in some sort of educational program. So we need to change people's mentality. They have to understand that it is up to them to reskill and upskill. Second, after COVID and these crises, it's hard to predict the future. We don't have a crystal ball. But we're now heavily investing in becoming more energy independent, hydrogen, heat pumps, solar panels, etc. And all of this causes a shift on the labor market as well, of course. there will be an economic slowdown, hopefully short term. And if we get back to growth, we predicted that in 2030 we will be missing 190,000 people in the economy to be able to go at full throttle. According to the current prediction, it will only be around 100,000 people, but it's still a lack. So we will not be productive as we could be. Then, of course, we have refugees here, very often mothers with children. Some of them work, some of them don't. Some will stay here, some will leave. So around 50,000 of those jobs will be covered by those refugees, but we are still 40,000 behind, and we need to find those people somewhere. So it's still valid, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us. And we need an external impulse to educate ourselves, or at least most of us, if I understood well. So in Scandinavia, Germany, or the Netherlands, the law gives people possibilities to educate themselves, with various financial incentives, educational holidays, things like that. Do we have some of these provisions on the table in this country? Are we going to implement them too? It is, yeah, they are almost on the table, these provisions, these bills, potential bills. That's why I mentioned the individual educational accounts. This has to be tied to the possibility of taking a holiday for that educational break. Of course, there should be a tax incentive for the employer and maybe some financial incentive for the employee as well. Say if anybody of us here in this room decides to take up an educational course, say you spend 200,000 crowns on a high-quality MBA, you cannot deduct it from your taxes. Your employer can somehow work with it in their taxes, but not you as an individual. So that's a problem, of course, and we want people to say, hey, I want that MBA, I want to, provide more value to my employer. So we do have to introduce systemic changes. We have to open communication about the topic, which is happening. Thank you for that. And we have to stay in touch with companies and HR experts to keep the ball rolling, so to speak. And yes, we do need to change the educational system, which is what Ms. Rogerova said. We need to speak to presidents of universities to focus not just on elementary schools, but also on high schools and universities. So this is another element that we want to implement. We also have to educate the public, i.e. the parents. In many families, parents just focus on their child getting, an apprenticeship certificate or a high school leaving exam, and now, okay, oof, you're done. You no longer have to school ever in your life, and you can just go onto the labor market. And I tell my kids, come on, I learn every day. Next to my work reading, I try to always read stuff that educates me in my areas of expertise. So I'd like to call on to all parents in this country to not just focus on your child's school report, but on the actual skills and on lifelong learning. We have managed to identify the number of people that we will need. We know in which areas of activity they will be needed, in which industries, and now we also have to define the competences they will have to have. And when I say competences, it's not all just about digital stuff. It's also about social competences, for example. We have to improve the employment office because You know, the general knowledge is that you only go to the employment office if you want your social benefits paid out. Nobody goes to the employment office to actually get a job. So I'd like to change that as well. Okay, everybody's nodding. Everybody loves what you're speaking about. So how do we put this into practice? Yeah, to meet up with the university presidents is great, but we need to increase school capacity annually. We need 200 to 300 more kids to go to IT schools. That's a fundamental change. It's not just about having an extra class. I know you're not responsible for education.
Just a brief comment, because I believe that this is a very nice piece of information. If we have a look at tertiary professional schools, I don't believe that they are being used sufficiently, because the difference is not sufficient here between the individual study programs. Digital skills and upskills are changing rapidly, so it is all about the educational system setup, and we understand this is not the reason why you're here, but maybe the competences are not divided in a clever way. I think that things work nicely if there is a co-investment of the people, if the students are involved also in the financial aspect. So just one idea about what the people will be doing is important. It's important for the people to see the link between the school and the practice. In terms of digital skills, this can be beneficial for both parties. If the student gets an internship in a small or medium business, it's beneficial for both the company and for the intern. So this would be one example, the connection between the school and the labor market. Second thing is to have an umbrella organization for these activities, because there are too many. It's difficult for me to understand the offer, and I'm an expert, so I think that for some people it can be off-putting. Just a quick response to what's been said. Today, the ability to, or the possibility to learn new things has been offered by NGOs, by schools, and so on. So we do have the capacities, but what is lagging behind is the usability of these people. We keep investing in these people, and even people who upskill, who undergo retraining, does not have the guarantee that they will be a desired candidate for a specific job opening. It's a big investment of money and time, and the government or the state could help these people. They could offer them jobs, and it could be beneficial for everyone and also for the economy. We've received a question saying that we are talking about the school system and the key competences and employment and labor market. What are your goals for lifelong learning? This is an interministerial topic which has been put aside due to the fact that the ministries are siloed. What are you doing? Yeah, I hate these silos. I hate it. We have discussed the matter several times with my colleagues from the Ministry of Education. We need to involve also the organizing bodies of all different kinds of schools to provide better quality for the people who complete their education, and to make sure that they have the skills which will be necessary in 3, 4, 5 years. It's important to have people who have time and room for education, and we also need financial incentives, financial support. I think that civil servants have 6 days of paid leave for lifelong learning. Is that it? I'm not sure, but we do have plans to work on this topic. We also need schools to audit the professions which are needed and their competences they can bring to the table, and also to check in what way their educational programs are set up. Because very often this is too far from the job from the labor market's requirements. Some things are done repeatedly, some things are done just to be done, but we often say that the educational system needs to be changed, but we have seen several examples of good practice. If we go to a secondary professional school in Smíchov and we see the head teacher Samblík, and we see the way in which their school works, it's amazing. It's nothing to compare with what we are criticizing here now. So we will see good practice and good examples in our upcoming panel, but now let's talk about what can be done in 2023 or earlier to avoid some 300,000 vacant jobs and quite the same number of unemployed people. Yes, I would repeat again, pandemic, lockdowns, and so on. This has changed the game significantly. Some people had to pivot, they had to change jobs. So the wake-up call has been done. So saying that something will be done next year would be counterproductive, and it's now, and it's pushing us towards the walls. Yesterday it was already too late to start. We need to accelerate. Petr, you wanted to respond? Yes, the demographic changes. 35 years and older people are an important age group, but we must not forget other groups mentioned in the PCG study. Women on parental leave. I have 2 little girls, so my wife is undergoing this transition. She's going back to the work life, and these people need our support so we can improve their employability. I think it's about 100,000 people who are in this group. Then we have here foreigners. That's what we saw at the beginning of the war in Ukraine. People coming here, willing to work, very often taking underqualified jobs, which is a pity for us because we don't receive the added value which we could have been receiving, and they are underpaid. We must not forget this group then. In terms of digital skills acquisition and education, we have here, for instance, Čekitas, who is the organization that is providing courses to Ukrainian women so they can integrate the Czech labor market. These would be the 2 main groups that we need to focus on. Jiří next. These 2 groups have something in common: part-time employment agreements. This is something that works nicely for pre-retirement aged people. And in the Czech Republic, we have the highest number of people of this age bracket who stop working. But it does not mean that they just stop because they don't want to work anymore. It's because the conditions of employment for this specific group of people is difficult. The same applies to women on maternity leave. I think in average, we have 8 part-time positions, and the European average is approximately 18. In the Netherlands, it is 25 maybe. So it would really be beneficial if we could have a look at this, at what we can offer in terms of employment. Yeah, and there will also be a better social security for these people. Yes, that's coming up next year for parents with children, people taking care of older people, and also people that we could eventually use at the labor market. We have here a list of specific things that we will continue working on. It's in the draft of the legislation. Number one on our list would be children neighbor groups. That means a platform of informal kid sitting. That means an NGO or a maternity community center or just a group of people who want to look after the children in the neighborhood, in communities. Our ambition is not to shorten the parent leave from 4 years to 3 years. The idea is to bring more flexibility because most of the women who are on the parental leave for the 4th consecutive year would already like to start working, but they don't have the support structure. They don't have anybody to look after their child. So we need to adjust the conditions that we provide to the parents so they can link parenthood to employment, and they can eventually start getting back to work at the age of 2.5 years of their children, obviously. So this would be also something that would be beneficial for the team because they would need to cover for these people. Yeah, here we have a huge gap to bridge. Fortunately, I saw that it's possible, for instance, in the Netherlands. I believe that what needs to be changed is the labor office services and their qualification, because we don't want this institution to be just something that's dealing with unemployment benefits and allowances. So what has been done in terms of re-qualification of labor office employees? I always keep saying that we are not a competent partner in this dialogue with businesses. I don't want to say that people who are working at the labor office are not doing their job properly, but there is still a lot to improve. Staff changes are necessary. We need proactive people who would talk to the businesses, to the employers, and who would say, this is what will be needed a couple of years from now. These changes are necessary. Let's work on this together actively and proactively. This will be much more professional on our side, because we cannot be just an ATM distributing money to everybody for allowances and unemployment benefits. Yes, but what I was implying is that if the civil servants see that they may become career advisors, they may give it a go, but there needs to be an incentive on your side, maybe from the ministry. That's what Tomáš was suggesting. If people want to retrain, they don't see the labor market's response or reaction. Just a quick comment. This will be the most difficult thing to see how this can be done at the labor office, because it will require a huge mindset change, because people have been doing things in a certain way for 15 years. And then we come and tell them, you need to start doing it this way. And these are things that we cannot provide. We cannot find the people. We need approximately 500 people just at the labor office branches. Jiří, next. One of the solutions that may work can be what we see abroad, is that we order companies to use outplacement. That means that if you have experts from fields that are no longer needed and you need to change the structure of your business, you must help these people to find a new job. So if you have an employee, you must not just throw them in the garbage bin when you no longer need them. You need to help these people find a new job if you lay them off. I second this, but I think we keep forgetting one thing. The unemployment rate is nearly zero at the moment. So for me, as for the employer, it's nearly impossible to find the people who would do the work that I need them to do. So what would the incentive be? How and why could or should I do the outplacement? Because everything works in the short-term or mid-term horizon, but there are these economic limits. So which incentives would work? Because for me, as for a business leader, I cannot think in the mid or long-term horizon because I need quick solutions. 3-5 years from now, it's too far. It's too long. Quality services provided by the labor offices is what we need first, and then outplacement would be added next. A good example was the closing of the Paskov mine, because before the company stopped its activities, new opportunities were identified in the region for the people, and the employer knew that they needed to take care of hundreds of people who would be forced to change employment because they could commute for hours, but commuting was not a way, so the employer needed to work harder to find something that would be acceptable for the people. And also there was another aspect, and it was the health condition of the miners. But we need to have this first for the companies to get on board later. I'm very often called the person who criticizes the Labor Office, which is an easy job to do because it's difficult for them. They are blocked by the system. I don't mean the civil service as such, but the systems and the contracts in place and so on. So it's hard for them to work in this environment. Yet we have here regional branch offices which are working nicely. So even at labor offices, there are people who are willing to move it forward and who work well, but it's not easy. I think we tend talking about the people we are used to work with, qualified or educated people. But for instance, at a bakery, for the bun we eat in the morning, there are people who just cut the piece of dough with a knife that will be baked and that we will eat for breakfast. I would never believe that professions like this still exist, and definitely these people will be replaced by robots in the future. But what will we do about this lady that is cutting the dough? She doesn't speak English, she has no digital skills, she cannot use the internet and so on. So she will just be laid off, she will go home and she will be very unhappy. And there are dozens of people like this. The sooner we find a solution for them, the better for us. So this is what I meant when I mentioned the outplacement, because these are the at-risk groups of people we must not forget. And there may be an additional wake-up call in a year or two. Some companies will slow down, they will want to save money, and possibly people with lower qualification will probably be made redundant, and these people will be blocked because it will be nearly impossible for them to find a new job because they will not be qualified. It's quite a paradox because there will be dozens of thousands of vacant posts, and the scissors will keep opening. On one side, we will have the demand that will not be satisfied, and on the other side, will be the offer that will not be needed. So what needs to be done about this? We don't have the people. Companies cannot open their doors for people who would undergo long retrainings. But at the same time, we know that these companies and these people, in 2 or 3 years, these businesses will not need these workers anymore. So what needs to come from the government, from the civil service? I know it's question of what was first, whether it was the egg or the bird, but we need to know what needs to be done. Yes, we need to identify the professions and the core competences that we need to address in the foreseeable future. Partly, we can come up with a solution. Yes, sure, but let's say that when I'm 50, I will just tell myself, okay, I can take the early retirement and that's fine now. Yes, yeah, unfortunately, we'll not be able to do that because early retirement will be another topic we need to address, because approximately 1/3 of the people that are applying for retirement pension are applicants for early retirement. I think that Czechia has built quite a strong position thanks to the Ukrainian workers. If we have a look at the data, they are qualified. They have completed their secondary school education. We can work with these people so they can use their skills, they can be retrained. For now, the biggest obstacle is the language barrier, but we can work with that. And given the current situation in Ukraine, these people will probably stay here for some time. It could be one of possible solutions for the Czech Republic. We didn't talk too much about pre-retirement people, about this age bracket. We need to motivate elderly people to keep their jobs, to stay active. And there also needs to be incentives for the companies, so they adjust their HR policies to keep these people aboard. My grandfather always said if the youngsters knew and if the elderly were able to do things, it would be amazing. And I believe that this is right. And this is what we currently fail to manage in the private sector. We need to help elderly people understand that they are not left behind.
Tady bavíme.
The next question is about which competences specifically has the government defined as desirable? Which competences has the study defined as desirable? It's interesting that one of the professions that will have to reskill are doctors, which is quite shocking in this situation, but we'll start with the minister. Well, the key are digital competences. 90% of jobs by 2030 will be highly affected by digitalization, you know, from fundamental jobs through medicine, and, you know, any type of job will require some digital skills, which is the biggest challenge for the biggest number of people. Then languages, and most importantly, how you can actually use the languages, not just your school report from English. And social skills. Today, it is clear that the combination of digital and social skills is the golden standard. Yes, communication skills as well. There are two things I'd like to react to. I really recommend that you read our study. Our study says which type of retraining is necessary. Digital, of course, languages, of course. Our language competencies are actually going down as a whole country in international comparisons. Then also driving licenses, you know, the minimal pedagogical standards so that you can work as a teacher. That's another thing. So all those areas will have to be enhanced. As regards the doctors, I know that it's a hot topic in the media. We did this study at the national level, not regional level. And dentists are not included in that. We know what the demographic of the doctor population in the country is, and there will be a short-term strong number of doctors in 2030, but just short-term. Then it will go down. Yes, you're referring to the generation of the Husák children born in the 1970s. Yes, we have a period of 5 years at the national level when there will be too many doctors, but it will really just be short-term. And if you come to a small regional hospital and you want your broken arm fixed, like, trust me, you don't want to do that. The quality of care is really very different, one hospital to another. And some of the doctors work very, very long hours. I would say too many. It's no longer sustainable, so that's about the doctors. As regards the non-digital competences, I would add business competences. As Diana said, we don't have any issues with employment, but the prosperity of this country is dependent on having added value sectors and added value companies. We need those companies to be created here and to stay here. We have 3 to 4 times fewer startups per capita than developed European countries such as Britain. So we need startups, not just digital, but influential startups such as Avast, and we want them headquartered here so that they give people jobs and keep the value in the country. So business skills, very important. Sorry, Diana. Yes, I would totally emphasize that. During COVID, we had employees dropping out of the labor force, especially women in those microservices. So that's a problem. And then the flow of capital from the local companies to the mothers abroad, because we're a country of cheap labor force, so that's how things are set up. And yes, if we have more value-added companies here, then the capital stays here, which would be nice. Diana? We keep speaking about competencies. I would add 2 more competencies. I would call them behavioral competencies. First, the ability to learn. The World Economic Forum emphasizes that, and stress tolerance. Those 2 will be key. We're not really focusing on them because everybody's speaking about digitalization, but we can't do without them. Yes, you reminded me that in the previous session, many people like the question of what the state does for us to have enough psychiatrists and psychologists. That's certainly a relevant question. Yes, and we also need to level up informal education with formal education, because the regulation is quite strict when it comes to giving people jobs, which, by the way, bars people from Ukraine from getting jobs for which they have a qualification, next to the language barrier, of course. And I think we should break down those barriers and do the same with education. Okay, we're almost at the end of this session. So, what next? What do we need to do? We'll leave the ministry for the end. So what do we start with now? Well, I don't want to summarize the 60-minute discussion. Yeah, that's what we want. Go ahead and summarize it very briefly. Okay. 4.2 million people have to get upskilled digitally, linguistically, etc. 1 million of people are in jobs that are threatened, and 1 in 3 of them will not be able to find another job in their industry, so we really need to support them. And we will be missing around 50,000 people in 2030, and if there are more people from Ukraine who want to come, please let us open our arms to them because we really need them. I'd say 3 things. Focus on everything that will increase the added value of our economy, especially digital economy. Second, as regards skills, advanced digital skills are important, soft skills are important, and business skills. And third, the partnership between the private and public sectors and the non-profit sector is very important. Yeah, that's the trialogue that was mentioned here in the previous session. I'd say reskilling of civil service is important. There are many employers who are not interested in employees. They never were because they are the low-skilled workers. And for the more qualified workers, we need incentives which will inspire employers to find jobs for them. I think that we should combine support for employees and employers as regards their own education. You know, I should be motivated as an employee to get educated, to get reskilled, but maybe I am naive. I believe that when it comes to the more qualified people, the market will take care of itself. I think that employees will seek out employers who offer opportunities for education, so the market will sort itself out in this. I would say, when speaking about incentives and support, let's just not stick with education, you know, lifelong learning, reskilling, etc. We really have to open opportunities, traineeships, and the actual jobs for people who have gone through the retraining. Let's not be afraid of employing these people, and let's motivate employers to give them the jobs irrespective of the worker's age, because 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds are extremely important on the labor market, and if they feel abandoned by companies, if they feel like nobody wants to give them a job, they will just go for early retirements, and we won't be able to stop this. So, shall I add anything? Yes. What are you going to start with and when? We have started with some of those things. I mean, it's been 12 months since I started this job. So some things are in the pipeline, some things will come into effect in a month. Some things are in the public comments procedure. Some things will be in the pension reform that we will put in the legislative cycle very soon. So I am here to remove barriers. I think that's the main role of my job. I am here to set up motivation for everyone, for businesses and others, and we are here to create an environment that will send out a signal to the people saying that this makes sense. Reskilling, retraining, education makes sense. We want to give people a sense of stability, a sense that education is not some boorish thing you don't want to do, that it will always be a part of your life till the end of your life. And I honestly want to try to implement these things, and we have to do it in the next 6 months. Well, as a father, you have an impact on 5 future lives, which is great. Some of us won't be that influential, but yes, we need to change our perception of lifelong learning as something that will be here with us. Thank you to all of you, to all our panelists, and thank you for your questions. And stay here with us because we will be speaking about education after the break. We will meet back here at 3:30. Thank you for now.
Krásné.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello to all of you who've been around at the annual conference Shape of Central Europe 2022. After the short jingle, I would like to ask you to come back to our last session on education, because the education of all of us is strongly conditioned by the environment we come from. We have heard it here many times. In bad conditions, we can always improve people's education. So even children from socially disadvantaged families can have good school results. There are several examples from different regions, and this is the topic of our last panel session that will be summarized by Daniel Prokop, who's the founder of Prague Research.
Česká republika je zemí, kde výsledky žáků jsou do značné míry závislé na sociální situaci rodin. Vzdělávací neúspěšnost se výrazně liší napříč mikroregiony. Ve většině Česka nedokončuje 9 tříd základní školy do 3% dětí, ale v desetině republiky je to 10 až 20%. Regiony se také výrazně liší v tom, jak dokáží potenciál dětí z různých sociálních podmínek rozvíjet. Cílem naší analýzy je popsat dobrou praxi. Co dělají obce s rozšířenou působností neboli ORP, kterým se snaží redukovat vzdělávací problémy na nižší míru, než bychom čekali podle problémů sociálních. Většina lidí zná příklad Krnova, který úspěšně desegregoval školy. V analýze se ale zaměřujeme na další území, na ORP Litvínov a Hlučínsko. Hlučínsko patří podobně jako Poděbrady a další oblasti mezi ORP, které mají střední míru sociálních problémů, například exekucí, nezaměstnanosti, bytové nouze, ale neúspěšnost ve škole se jim podařilo srazit na minimum. Litvínov má vysokou míru sociálních problémů, ale podobně jako Krnov, Kadaň, Bruntál, vzdělávací neúspěšnost redukuje o 20 až 50% oproti očekávání. Co zatím stojí? V Litvínově pozorujeme lepší spolupráci vzdělávacího a sociálního systému. I dávková podpora je zde vyšší než v podobných regionech. Často tu jsou identifikovány speciální potřeby žáků, dané kulturním a sociálním znevýhodněním. Ve školách působí proti podobně chudým oblastem hodně asistentů, školních psychologů či speciálních pedagogů. Díky těmto věcem a relativně štědré finanční podpoře zřizovatelů škol se například daří redukovat absence. Na Hlučínsku, které v sociálně průměrném prostředí srazilo vzdělávací problémy na minimum, hrají roli i měkčí faktory, které se v datech hůře zachycují. Například kvalita výuky potvrzovaná Českou školní inspekcí, či vysoká spolupráce mezi školami.
Vidíme, že jsou to věci, o kterých už delší dobu víme. Že víme, že když učitelé i ředitelé ve škole zaměří pozornost na učení dětí, tak to skutečně pomáhá. A pokud se toto stane na úrovni celého regionu, tak to má potom ten efekt. Stejně tak vidíme, že spolupráce mezi učiteli je velice jako efektivní nástroj. Ve chvíli, kdy učitelé spolu řeší, jak toho daného konkrétního žáka posunout, a ve chvíli, kdy se nám to podaří posunout opět na úroveň regionu, že ty školy mezi sebou řeší, jak mohou společně uspět, tak to je opět velmi efektivní způsob, kterým pomáhá. A poslední věc, která velice pomáhá, je, když učitelé uvěří v to, že dokážou pomáhat i dětem, které vychází z velice složitého a těžkého prostředí a podle toho se pak třeba ve škole chovají. Protože když tomu uvěří, dokážou hledat nástroje, které dětem skutečně pomáhají.
Jednou z příčin vzdělávacích nerovností v Česku je velká decentralizace. V řadě měst vznikají selektivní vzdělávací strategie, které jsou vlastně na přání voličů, vycházejí vstříc preferencím voličů. Změna této situace vyžaduje nějakou odvahu obhájit si před částí rodičů a částí veřejnosti to, že vzdělávat děti společně má smysl, že se dlouhodobě nevyplácí pro společnost dělit děti na ty úspěšné a ty umístěvat do jednoho typu škol a na ty méně úspěšné, které umístíme do jiného typu škol. Je to nefér vůči dětem, je to dlouhodobě nevýhodné pro společnost. Je úkolem zřizovatele, aby řídil tu svoji lokální malou vzdělávací soustavu tak, aby všechny školy dokázaly vzdělávat žáky podle jejich potřeb.
Zřizovatel může přispívat k vytváření podmínek pro kvalitní vzdělávání mnoha způsoby. Tím nejdůležitějším je zejména intenzivní, častá komunikace s vedením škol. Proto, aby společně dokázali včas identifikovat problémy a hledat konstruktivní a společná řešení. V neposlední řadě ale také může podpořit spolupráci, a to jak mezi školami v regionu, tak i s dalšími organizacemi, jak veřejné správy, tak neziskového sektoru, protože zdaleka ne všechny problémy, s kterými děti do škol přichází a se kterými se školy potýkají, lze řešit vlastně v rámci budovy školy, v rámci školní třídy, a ti další aktéři jsou velmi důležití. No a samozřejmě pak jsou to peníze, protože zřizovatel je ten, který může škole přispět do provozního rozpočtu finančními prostředky, a to jak na vzdělávání pedagogů v potřebných oblastech, tak ale také na různé podpůrné pozice, neformální vzdělávání, aktivity, které pomáhají překonávat sociální bariéry a pomáhají zlepšovat kvalitu ve vzdělávání.
Co lze dělat na úrovni lokálního vzdělávacího systému a z pozice zřizovatele? Zajistit účast znevýhodněných dětí v předškolním vzdělávání. Co nejlepší a nejkvalitnější školky. Podporovat školy ve využívání asistentů pedagoga, školních psychologů a speciálních pedagogů. Tlačit na úřady práce, OSPODy a další části sociálního systému, aby bránili propadu rodin do chudoby a spolupracovali se školami v redukci absencí. Snažit se o srovnatelnou kvalitu všech škol v rámci mikroregionu a dávat podporu školám s vyšším znevýhodněním. Snažit se o udržení učitelů a co nejkvalitnější pedagogickou práci, zejména pokud jsou odstraněny další klíčové sociální problémy. Organizovat spolupráci všech místních aktérů v prevenci absencí, záškoláctví a celkového školního neúspěchu dětí a zamezit segregaci škol tam, kde není prostorově vynucená. Dávat na vzdělávání dost peněz, snažit se odbřemenit ředitele od administrativy, ale chtít po nich výsledky. My jsme z dat Ministerstva školství, České školní inspekce a dalších zdrojů udělali reporty pro každé z českých ORP, kde můžou si vzít tyto a další inspirace, co zlepšovat v regionu.
A na pódium už přicházejí Karel Gargulák, analytik Prague Research, Marie Gottfriedová, ředitelka základní školy Trmice.
And for the last panel session, we will have here Karel Gargulák, who's the analyst from Prague Research, Maria Gottfriedová, who's a principal at an elementary school in Trmice, Jaroslav Jirátko, manager of EduZměna Kudnohorsko, and Jiří Nantl, deputy governor of the South Moravian region. I will start with the lady. We know that you come from a region where we have a big number of socially disadvantaged people, yet you come from a region or an area that has satisfactory results and outcomes. What would you underline? What is important in terms of education? First, I would support what was said in the opening video. Everything that was explained there, the connection between social services and schools and other partners that are helping schools to support children are needed, be it school counseling services, cooperation with organizing bodies, financing and funding. These are important things that support the most vulnerable children. If there is one thing I need to add, I would address schools and what individual schools can do despite or regardless of the context where they are active. These are things schools can work on and what will have a positive impact on the quality of education. And that is the school climate, the environment. This needs our attention, and by school environment, I mean the internal setup. That means the teachers who understand that the school is not an institution who requires certain things, who penalizes if you don't obey to the rules. It's about the openness of the school being opened to parents and children. It's about each child being looked at as an individual who has needs and who needs our support in order for them to flourish and to attain their maximums. In terms of values, this is important. This takes place in our minds, in our heads. And once this is done, all the barriers disappear. And then we do not really need all the funding and all the support structure and cooperation, because this is what is important. This value works wonders. I'm smiling because we have a friend who's in the first grade, and one of the things the teacher told them said that the school is an institution and that we need to behave in a certain way. And unfortunately, it is very often the case, but I don't believe this is the way to go. Next question is for Jaroslav Janátko, who's the manager of Eduzměna Kutnohorsko. Changes need to come from the inside, from the middle. You will explain what it means. You were a head teacher for 23 years. What does it mean, changes coming from the middle, from the inside? And what have you learned during this pilot stage of the project? Good afternoon. Just a few words about Eduzměna. It is a project with big ambitions and goals. The project also has a significant staff at the area of Kutnohorsko. We have a visionary idea, and that is for all children to learn with joy, with equal opportunities, given the context of the 21st century. And the changes coming from the inside or from the middle means that we are supporting schools as the interlink between the ministry and the schools. So we are in the middle. We are the middlemen, and for us the project is support we bring to the schools so that those who would like to help the school move forward are coming from the region, that they are there. And to do that, there are three elements we base our work on. It's improving relationships and supporting school teams and pupils. This is what the head teacher was mentioning here a minute ago. We see it as an opportunity and a meaningful way for us to help schools become organizations which are open to the public, organizations with nice environments where there is a transparent, open communication, and where the main emotion is not fear, but joy. So that's our approach. We devote a maximum effort to. Each school has its guide. And the first thing we addressed was to create a vision for the school, a vision that would be created together with other participants, and that could be shared with everyone, and that could be also experienced in the everyday life of the school. That's in a nutshell what we do, but our activities are quite complex. We also try to enable parents and teachers communicate. Thank you very much. Jiří Nantls next. You are the expert on education in the South Moravian region. You're a former deputy minister of education. So can you tell us From your experience, what is it that the teachers need to do their job properly, and how the region or the municipality can help? Hello, and thank you for this question. I will simplify this. At the regional level or at the communal level, we are in charge of the system. We are not there of managing a specific school. That's what the head teacher is there for. We need to create a clear working environment, that is to set up the curriculum, the things that need to be taught at the specific school. Certainly this would deserve a more profound change in Czechia, but let's put that aside. How can you say if the head teacher is good or not? They need to have a philosophy. In our region, when we are running an interview for a head teacher, we need to check if the people have the right vision, because they can learn all the other managerial skills, but they need to have this idea that can seduce the whole team and also the parents maybe, because you have as many opinions as you have parents. Our role at the regional level, this is how I see it, is to help cultivate the discussion and also to connect these actors. Because very often this has been seen as a problem, the fact that the school system in Czechia is centralized. For me, it's given. It is what it is. It is based on our legislation, but I think it can also be one of our strengths. Because generally, primary schools are organized by the region and the secondary schools are organized by the municipalities. So people can have an influence on the school their children attend. I think it works nicely because it's nicer than having public servants from Prague deciding on schools from all across the country. Our region organizes approximately 200 schools. By connecting municipalities with extended powers, we can find better ways of connecting catchment area schools, where people from smaller municipalities usually go. And by doing this, we can also achieve a huge step forward, because we can learn from our experience of one another. In that case, the region and the administration would be the broker between all these actors. Very nice. Karel Karkulák, you're one of the authors of the study on education. You're an expert on education. You were an analyst at the Office of the Government at the Ministry of Education. You were one of the co-creators of the 2030 education policy. Based on your experience, if it works, what's the obstacle? Why cannot this be implemented everywhere? I will probably summarize what my colleagues said here, and I will try to put it into an order that explains also what was explained in the intro video. So there is the idea of overcoming poverty and opening education even to the socially disadvantaged people. This would be the social lift, helping them to live a better life. And for us, leadership is important. So that means the regions have something in common, and they decided not to leave the things the way they are, and they want to guide all the actors forward to improve the outcomes of education, the success and failure of the pupils and students. So that would be what leadership is. Then there was responsibility. Jiří has explained this. The people there saw this as their duty because they have a statutory duty, but then there is this human or individual duty, because it's their individual mission. Because in these areas, very often things are interdepartmental, interministerial, so it's not siloed. Also, one of the things mentioned by the Prime Minister was responsibility, so it matches nicely what was said here. Number 3 would be professionality of the actors. The head teacher was explaining what they are doing at their school, and this is very typical for the individual areas, because these people are professional, they know how to work with their children, they know how to keep improving, how to work on themselves, and also how to benefit from all the services that are provided to them. And number 4 would be capacities. This can be staff capacities linked to the activities of the people, and also funding and money available for the municipalities. So usually the teachers tell their accountant what they would like to do, and then the accountant says, okay, let's find the money somewhere. I think these are the common things that we identified in our study. Based, the study is based on data. We were very happy to gather the information and the data from the ministry and other institutions. So then we worked on the individual areas, and once we saw that they're doing well in some aspects, we went to see them. They explained to us what they do, and then we described this in our study. I really like the way you present the data. Maybe easy, please, can you respond? Yes, I wanted to underline the importance of the data, because every time we can do something, we need to do this, even though it's not our statutory duty or obligation. And I think this is what is a huge step forward in this dialogue on education in regions. The Ukrainian crisis was a great impulse in our region. Also, the repercussions of the tornado in southern Moravia. This made us open our eyes to wake up and smell the coffee, because we understood that people started to address us with their problems. Now they come to us to talk about the primary school capacities. And so this is overlapping other areas and sectors. And I believe that this will help us go further. If everybody who can influence something does something, it will be great, and just doing more than our responsibility is.
I'd just like to comment on the responsibility here. That's one of the most important things. It's one of the most important competences when speaking about the skills of the pupils who leave our elementary schools. If they leave school with responsibility ingrained in them, that's great, that's a lot. And the best way to learn something is to follow an example. So we have to be role models. And if we as adults take care of the most vulnerable members of society, we are role models by doing that. And we show the children that this is how things are done. We show them what responsibility is in practice. And it's a value that we give them for the rest of their lives. You know, it's not just empty words. It's, you know, there was this specific person called Joseph, and Joseph needed help, and this is how we helped him. This is what the teacher did, this is what his assistant did, and this is what we did as pupils. This is what responsibility is about in everyday life. Okay, we need to make sure responsibility is ingrained in them when they leave school. when we take a look at preschool education from 3 to 5 years, how do we get children to preschools? What works there? I can start. The description of the individual elements needed for us to prevent educational failure really starts maybe even earlier than with preschool. It starts with the place where we're born. It depends on the situation of the family. Very often we make sure to pinpoint, destabilizing poverty, when there is social exclusion or, when people have a debt collection procedure on them. When you're the organizing body of a school, you have to make sure that all those things are monitored in your educational system. And the role of preschool, of course, is to level up the child when it comes from a disadvantaged location. If you have children from environments where there are not many social impulses, developmental impulses, it's great if you try to make them excited about education and the institutions. And very often these are Roma families. And you have to create such an environment that these Roma families are not afraid to send their kids to preschool. We have wonderful examples from Ostrava Přívoz, where they have family centers where the families come first before the child goes to a preschool. So it's very easy for the preschool to create a relationship with the family, and the mothers there, can watch how a preschool day is organized, and they trust the institution, and they have no trouble sending their kids there. And then the institution is open to working with any child there is, and that's how it can work. Maria wants to react. And I didn't mention Slido. We still have it here. Please ask questions. Yes, I totally agree with what Karel said. Let me emphasize that each school exists in a microclimate, that of a municipality or of a city, a microclimate that is easy to read, so to speak. So I think you need to take small children and build a relationship with education in them, and you do that through personal relationships. That always works the best. You must portray the school not as an educational institution only, but as a community institution, as a community home, as a hub where people meet, where mothers meet. Now it's the pre-Christmas time, so they do handicrafts there and Christmas decorations, and they bake Christmas cookies or whatnot. When you have something like that, a club, a community hub at the school, a platform where people can meet and they can have a chat over, the handiwork they're currently doing, and they can speak about the children that they have at home and whether the children look forward to going to school or do not look forward to that. It's very basic, but it works. It works because it's at the human level. And this is something you can build on. These are the firm foundations, because wherever you have a truly human relationship, you win. Let me say one more important thing. The basis of any real deep human relationship is respect. So the parents must feel that from us, from the teachers, from the social workers, from civil servants. They must feel that we respect them, that we do not judge them. that we do not criticize them. Because if you even think that in your head, oh, maybe this mother is not bringing up her child well, she can feel it from me. She can see it in my body language if I only have this thought in my head. So you have to deeply respect people, listen to them, and create a relationship of trust, respect, and openness. This is the way forward. And then there are many tools you can use. You know, if you look for them, you will find them. Yeah, but this requires having the right people working for you, having enough of them so that they're not overworked. Which brings me to the issue of a lack of assistants and non-pedagogical workers. I guess there are financial limits there, right? Or other limits? I see you're looking at me. Yes, of course, there are financial issues. Local government, has limited budgets. South Moravian region provides 20 million crowns per year to pay for psychologists, school psychologists that are not systemically catered for at the national level. So they have to pay for them. But as society is changing, schools are changing, teachers' jobs are changing. Today, being a teacher means being much more part of a team and splitting up work between teachers. It means, having a different role. The job is different, the skills that you need are different. Sometimes I think that the qualification requirements are too low. Sometimes they're too high. I think that to be a school psychologist, for example, it should be enough that you have a bachelor's degree from psychology, and if you follow, some further training and supervision, you could do the job, which is not the case today. So yeah, a teacher today is a team worker. You work in mini teams. You have your students in teams. And being interested in lifelong learning, which is not always the case today. And we as the state can support interventions at the whole school, with everybody in the school. And in the South Moravian region, we have money for having a debate about the innovation of the school program at every school. So teamwork is important, and teachers feel that. The Czech Republic has the highest share of teachers from all the richer countries who feel that they're alone in front of the blackboard, and we have to change that. Okay, and in the Kutná Hora region, you're also trying to foster those connections, because the links are not important just vertically from the region to the municipality, to the director, to the teacher, but also, say, directors or head teachers between themselves. Yes, we try to create those communities. We want the organizing bodies and the head teachers to meet. We want to foster the community feeling, and we want everybody to collaborate. I wanted to say a few things about teaching assistants. Their existence is very good for schools. And thank God for the fact that Czech schools have been enriched by this, but there is a risk to that. Teaching assistants very often feel that there is not much support for their personal development. Okay, now we have teaching assistants, we finally have them present, but we need to make sure their skills remain up to date and we support their personal development. That has not been the case so far. I have a question here about support. Will support from the Ministry of Education be sufficient? Shouldn't we have support tied to competencies of headmasters and their quality? I think it's up to the organizing body. There is I think the ministry wants to provide like 10 people per region, which is not very much. There are many schools in our region, for example, so I think the regional authorities will have to step in with this. What I think we need is to connect everything. We need to connect school inspection, the National Pedagogical Institute, say when you have an inspection done at a school, then the National Pedagogical Institute prepares support measures for the school as a follow-up. Some regions have agencies for the support of schools that do that for high schools, and we may have another player on the market, so to speak, maybe, yes. I think there should be more dialogues between politicians. I think that we should meet with the members of school boards from municipalities with extended powers, for example. I think we should meet with them a lot more. We each have our role, and we have to make sure they're complementary. Yes, let me expand on this. I'll take a look at elementary schools and preschools. They don't have a single organizing body like high schools. And I think that the strategy 2030 plus makes sense as it is written for these schools, because most of these schools are small. They have small organizing bodies. And I wouldn't dare say that a mayor of a community of 500 people is sufficient to manage that school. I think it would be great to have some sort of middle part of the chain between the small village mayor and the ministry. I think their red tape burden could be reduced if, for example, the school's accounting was done by the municipality or something. So that could be better. And we can certainly also provide some expert support for a whole area from higher above. That is certainly true, and push the municipalities to get connected. France, for example, has the obligation for municipalities to cooperate in education if they're small enough. I think we need to focus on the head teachers. I read some studies which said that in 45% of selection procedures, you only have one candidate for the job of head teacher. So the job is not interesting. It's not attractive for people. Yeah, because it's all red tape. It's not pedagogical management. So I think we need to require a lot from them and support them at the same time. It goes hand in hand. What we need head teachers to do is the pedagogical management. Like, we don't need them to do operational stuff, accounting, the practical running of things. Anybody can do that. Let's require our head teachers to have a pedagogical vision and to be accountable in this area. We'll take care of all the other operational stuff.
Just quickly, I wanted to say I would like to work as a teacher at your school, Mrs. Gottfriedová. I think schools are currently looking for solutions how to sustainably improve their situation. We analyze foreign trends and also the ideal system setup, how to tackle administrative leadership, how to interconnect various services between schools and social services. These questions are very similar. Everybody's trying to look for solutions. They are trying to define the role of the organizing body. And now in the Czech Republic, we are trying out new models. We are trying to reinforce the capacities of the Ministry of Education. We do not have enough workers at the ministry. So please, let's not delete these positions, because we need these workers at the ministry. And then also a clear definition of the role of the organizing body is necessary, so that everybody understands what their powers are and what needs to be done professionally, and so the quality is assured. This will move us forward significantly. This will improve our know-how. Things have improved rapidly over the course of the last few years. This is, or this should be, our takeaway. Another thing I learned from the study is that we need to abolish segregation in schools. So what can be done in order to allow everybody to have access to this social lift? I'm asking because several questions were about this on Slido. Very often we hear from teachers that too much pressure on outbalancing the class leaves some people behind. So in your opinion, what's the impact of segregation? Or is it something that is there, that is in the classrooms? You're looking at me, so I will take the floor first, and then the head teacher and the deputy minister will also add a few words. I think we have the results nicely described. Let's tackle equal opportunities for children. It's important to have a look at the arguments of a high-quality education and at something that works in political debates, also on funding and budget-related topics, which are very important. In terms of principles that would help us ease the social burden of segregation across the regions, there are several different ways. In Krno or in Ostrava Poruba, which are areas where there is traditionally segregation, all the actors joined forces and started working together. This is one of the elements that we can state here. But then mainly working with these disadvantaged families is what helps the most. Then staff capacities. That means school have enough advisors and counselors and experts. And then the professionality of these experts and actors, so they can address heterogeneous collectives of children. If we focus on the success rate of the children from these families, it is never detrimental to the gifted children. This can help improve their talents, and this can lift everybody higher. This is what's the most important thing. Just a little addition, because he said everything I wanted to say, so probably the head teacher here, who has the most experience, will talk about her school. From studies we can see that the successful school systems which are way ahead of us and who are preparing children for the 21st century are inclusive. They are not selective. These are school systems where there are equal opportunities for all children, and the system is nicely set up. And then it also depends on the quality of the teacher. Exactly. If I may add our experience when I became the head teacher of the primary school in Termice 15 years ago, this was the challenge. The school was about to become a segregated gypsy school. Children from the majority society were sending their children to Ústí nad Labem. The connection by public transport is good, so we were competing with 30 other schools that were easily reachable, and we were about to become a segregated school. And we were trying to find ways to keep local children in our school, because we live together, so we want to meet together in our village. It was a long process, but in a nutshell, first, children need school they enjoy, where they like going. Parents, this is number 2, need a guarantee of the education quality. We need to persuade children that educating different kinds of children does not mean that the bar will be lowered. On contrary, we made them understand we believe in the children's potential and that we will ask them to give their best. It took a lot of discussions. Parents came to see how the lessons are organized, and I think these are 2 exceptions, because if we manage to make children want to go to school and parents understand that the children are taken care of and that they have everything they need, this can be beneficial for the diversity. A school that can take into consideration children with disabilities, these children can also take care of extremely talented children, because these children are also disabled in a certain way, in a different one, but it can be detrimental in some situations. And then it's all about cooperation between the teachers, and we also need to have more than one person, more than one adult. We need to have at least one teacher and one assistant or other assisting professions which are coming into the classroom when they are needed. All this pushes the quality of education forward, and we really need to focus on this. And I think this is a good investment of money. The children's experience is also important for their preparedness for the requirements of the labor market, because in the future it will no longer be the case where people work independently and separately doing just one kind of activity. We no longer live in this kind of world, and I think that this is nicely shown on this. On the primary school level, we push all the children, even those who are less gifted, to work together. So these concerns I often hear them at primary schools where usually it's the parents who choose the school. Everybody's free to pick the school of their liking. Very often the parents decide, obviously. Educated parents are guiding their children a little bit more. And then also children's motivation is another driving factor. Very often we don't have the staff members that are needed to work with all these children. So elitist education is not a way to go. If we want to have a cohesive society, which is what we need and what we have seen this year, our citizens need to have these skills to communicate with one another, to co-live and cohabit, coexist, because individualism and solo approach is gone. We have mentioned several times that the role of the teacher is indispensable. Also, the implication of the head teacher is important. But let's see how we can promote these changes locally. That is another point that was mentioned by Karel, that was mentioned in the study. We must not leave families behind in poverty, so additional allowances and family benefits, housing benefits, so that parents can send children to school. What kind of help and aid means you have? Yeah, it's again about the money, but it's not always the miraculous solution. We need to have strong head teachers with a good vision. Like I said, we changed the recruitment process. So it's no longer about things and ways in which they report what they do, but they are both educational leaders and business people or managers. And it's a lot of legwork they need to communicate with the parents, organize staff meetings. And for the school, it is important to maintain a discussion and to keep improving things. This approach seems to work out. It was supported by the OECD study. So if the teachers have a dialogue with the head teacher, things start changing, even though it's a little bit hurtful sometimes, and it's a lot of work. There are many concerns, but at the same time, these are the tools that businesses use. And we talked about this last year. Indeed, it's a 5 or 6 year long process. It takes this amount of time for the school to reshape so that everybody understands the common vision. Yaroslav? Another thing I wanted to add, money is one thing, but then there is lifelong learning of the teachers. Also how they evolve. Opening schools and sharing and learning from one another, this is important. Our teachers don't go abroad enough to learn from their colleagues, and we don't have enough local cooperation projects, or there is no network of local schools that would work on specific areas and that would help things advance. The tools we have in the system are easy. The teachers have been calling after this for years. Decreasing the number of working hours or the number of children in the classroom would be the solution, but this will take a lot of time and effort. What can we do in order to break this siloed system? Maria, the question we received is, how can we make sure the school will have a positive mission and a nice spirit? How can we build humane schools? I always end up at the same thing. So, apologies if I repeat myself, but it all depends on the people, on their heart. Because the head teacher is in the driving seat because they need to tell their staff what is expected from them and also what the final destination is. What would help us? I think it has changed and improved a lot. Yet we still need more guidance. We need to hear from the authorities that education is important, that the Ministry of Education is important. And if we want the schools to have a vision, we need to have one as a country, as a state. We need clear instructions. This is what we want. This is the goal. This is the time we have. Let's do this together, step by step. But to succeed, we need to know where we are going to. And sometimes we don't have this, but it would be good for us. This way we would see what the perspective is and we would not need to await the election outcomes so impatiently. The society needs to hear this. Education is important. Joint or common education is important for the cohesion of our society, and we want our schools to be this way. Thank you very much. This is my conclusion. It is always this conclusion when we talk about education. Because parents very often believe that we made it somehow, we survived it this way. This will make the kids stronger, but maybe it's time to change this. Carol, the final word. What is needed? What do we need to implement these good things? I will simplify it as much as possible. Maybe this is needed. We mentioned leadership, responsibility, quality, and capacities. But the whole transformation or change or the good work of the institutions, all this is based on 2 or 3 stages. Every institution would probably need this at some point. Some are further, some are closer. I speak from my experience at the Ministry of Education, and I can say that we need it also in terms of cooperation of different actors. The schools need this too. Because what's happening now is that the people are able to communicate with one another. They are also capable of describing what they need and what's happening at their level. This is the first step, to be able to communicate. Most institutions manage this, more or less. Then, the next step is where schools start to diverge. Education quality. But it's what's necessary. We need to have a clear vision for people to understand that things they're doing lead to this destination. And number three, once both number 1 and 2 are granted, then number 3, we can see how we can improve things, how we can work together more efficiently. These would be the main stages for schools to be improved. So it is based on a good practice. It can work in all disadvantaged areas. It can be used by all sorts of schools, be it in southern Moravia, where head teachers work together. All institutions and social services work together too. This would be my final remark. I know we didn't understand all the questions. I even see a hand raised. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Somebody asked about Sudetenland, about the border region. It's mentioned in the study. You can find the answer there. Just scan the QR code and you can access the study. Thank you very much. These were our panelists. Thank you for a fruitful discussion. Thank you for your questions. And now let's move on to the final conclusion. I would like to ask the president of Aspen Institute Central Europe and the founder of Direct Family, Mr. Pavel Řehák, and Milan Vašina, the executive director of Aspen Institute Central Europe, to come on the stage to wrap up our conference.
Dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Okay, now we can speak. Thank you for having stayed here all the way till the end. I think that the topics that we raised here today have been very interesting. Pavel, you've been here with us all day. What are your key takeaways from these discussions, not just inspirational, but applicable in practice? What are your takeaways? Well, it has been a massive day. I am overstimulated, I would say, with ideas and impulses, but my main takeaways are content-wise. I'm very happy that the first place content-wise was taken by values today, because values really are the cornerstone of it all. If we don't have clear, strong values as a foundation, nothing will work, nothing that comes after that. And I believe all of our speakers were very inspirational, be it Mr. Fiala, Mr. Stubb from Finland, or Mr. Kiska from Slovakia. And as regards all the other sessions, all of them were very relevant. I'm not going to go into much detail. What I see here as the main golden thread running through it all is that the cooperation between the public sector, businesses and NGOs is running very well. It is functional. All of these people are working on our security, making civil service more efficient, our labor market and education, and they are all trying to make it work better. So the cooperation works. It is becoming increasingly more intensive, and that makes me happy. So that was about the content. As regards the soft part, so to speak, the humility and gratitude are the two things that come to mind. I see that many of you are extremely passionate about your work. You want to make the Czech Republic and Central Europe a better place for life. And it is wonderful for me to see this. I am very happy that I can be part of this community and that I can bring my bit to the table, that I can also be in this effort with you together. So I feel like all of this is worth it. It is worth trying to help the country and the whole of Central Europe. It is worth investing energy, time, and capacities into this. And there are many reasons that make me believe that the future will be better than the present. So thank you all, to the organizers, to the speakers, to everybody who has come and asked questions. I am very grateful that I can be a part of this. Thank you. And as regards us at Aspen, it's very important to raise all these issues and start a dialogue, be it a dialogue or a trialogue or whatever, that doesn't matter. It is only through dialogue that we are able to make good decisions. Or sometimes we make bad decisions, but then we're able to quickly correct ourselves, which also counts. And it has been said here that sometimes we are harshly criticized from business or from NGOs. But as Aspen Institute, we will always want to raise these issues, not just for the purpose of having this discussion, but also for the purpose of drafting those studies. There are no good decisions without good data. We really need to have a high-quality data set and data analysis that allows us to really go deep and understand the problems. And when you have great experts working for you, doing that deep work, then only then you can succeed. I also like that the values like freedom, solidarity, and responsibility were mentioned, but also values like empathy and dialogue. Because if you want to actively change society for the better, you need all of those. So again, thank you very much. Thank you to all co-organizers of this conference. I'd like to thank the Economia Media House. I'd like to thank authors of studies, PAC Research, Koštoval, BCG, McKinsey. You know, all those studies make our discussions relevant, be it, again, our cooperation with civil service, NGOs, or businesses. I'd also like to thank our partners. We want to lead constructive dialogues and show solutions, and it is only thanks to our partners that we can produce those solutions. So I'd like to thank also the technical providers here, AV Media, and the 6-people team of Kristina Homolková, who also brought you this wonderful conference. Thank you all for having come. I trust that you all were able to learn something new and get inspired by today's event. And of course, last but not least, I'd like to thank Michala Hergetová. Without her, we would never be able to do this. Thank you. Oh, that's wonderful. We thank you, Misha. We know this is an all-day event. We know that you have to prepare a lot in the days leading up to the event and read up on all those studies. So thank you very much. You're highly professional. Thank you for your work. By the way, when the photographer was passing by, you were mentioning a trilogue or a tripod, and tripods are very important for photographers. And you know, if one leg of the tripod didn't work for the photographer, then the camera would be down on the floor. So I will remember to prop up all the legs of my personal tripod and my personal responsibility. So this is a wrap of this year's Aspen Annual Conference. We will certainly continue to monitor the issues raised today. We spoke about, for example, in education, the role of directors last year, and today we continued with that. Last year we spoke about the efficiency of civil service, we mentioned the delivery unit, and this year we were able to hear something about practical steps that are being taken in that direction. So it's great, things are moving along, they are evolving, and we will be monitoring the future development. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.